So welcome everybody to this event, to these PAAMS and the co-located events. This is the opening session. Just to introduce the director, the vice director, Antonio Micozzi, Professor Micozzi, that will give us the welcome to this event. Also the two heads of the department that helped us, supported us to organize this conference. And also Philippe Mathieu, which is the president of PAAMS conference. So I give the word to Antonio Micozzi, that represents the Università dell'Aquila. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Vittorini. Welcome everybody to this important conference on multi-agent systems, and welcome also to the town of l'Aquila. I hope you will enjoy it. It's quite cool today, actually. It was warmer, much warmer in the last few days, but now it's pleasant. And it's my pleasure to welcome these prestigious attendees to this conference. I should say that I heard for the first time in my life of multi-agent systems when I was part of a PhD committee in Parma, in Italy, about 15 years ago. And one of the strongest PhD candidates there was actually talking about, was having his dissertation on multi-agent system. He might be here, by the way. It's, if there is anybody from the University of Parma about 40, age 40 or 45 might be here. But at that time, I didn't understand the connection between artificial intelligence and multi-agent and agent systems, which is now, I think, much more clear to everybody. I mean, just because artificial intelligence is becoming such an important part of our life that everybody should be interested in and should understand it. Not only specialized people, not only people who work in this field, but I think the whole society. We're in the humanity department here, and I think also so humanity is having, it's important to ask ourselves how artificial intelligence will affect our life in positive and negative ways. So it's this is something we'll face, a problem we'll face in the future more and more. I don't want to spoil to steal time to more to the specialists which are here, and so welcome again to the town of l'Aquila, to the University of l'Aquila, and have a nice day.
Okay, I would like to also to give the word to Professor Guido Macchiarelli, which is the head of department, of my department, of MESPA department, to give a specific welcome for us.
Good, thank you, Pierpaolo, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and I see so many young people and students. I'm very happy to see you here in the city of l'Aquila, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to welcome you in this important international meeting. Of course, my department is a department that have a great expectation from your project, your research. We have a department that its name is quite long in Italian, but we shorten it in English, is Life, Health, and Environmental Science. So it's a transnational department in which we take care of the life in all its expression of biological context. So, of course, artificial intelligence is our main interest in this meeting, because especially for healthcare, we have a great expectation for what is going to happen in the future. We have good news from experience in United Kingdom, United States, in which artificial intelligence is able to provide a great quality in diagnosis and prognosis of our patients. So it's not only a help to our physicians, but is also a support for investigating and understanding better the possibility to treat our patients. Of course, we take advantage of informatics from many fields. We have robots, we have virtual reality that are now not only a hope, but are a tool that we use daily, especially in imaging and also in operating and surgery. So for us to be guided by informatics, especially this top level of informatics, for us is our future. And we believe so much in your work. So of course, for us, it's a very pleasure to have here, all of you. It's a very pleasure to have the president of this important organization. And what I wish to all of you a very good participation to these events. And we are looking to your results to take advantage in our professional learning, teaching, and especially treatment of our patients. And we are sure that we will get a lot of new information. Thank you for coming here. Thank you, Pier Paolo. I have the lucky to know him since about 20 years. We started to collaborate together when he was quite young. He was not married. He was just a student here. And I trusted in him. I'm very happy to see that now he's organizing a so important event. Thank you, Pier Paolo.
Thank you, Guido. Okay, nothing more to add, then pass the word to Guido Proietti.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm the head of the Department of Information Engineering, Computer Science and Mathematics. So our department is a multi-department, I would say, like this conference. There are many topics that we actually cover, both from a didactic point of view and, of course, from the research point of view. So I have to say, honestly, I'm very proud to be here today to welcome all of you, because this conference is a multi-conference. It was the organization was starting, all of you know, more than 2 years ago, and okay, we had the pandemic, and so we were forced to postpone it, but eventually we are here, and the topics that will be faced during the conference actually are really at the age of the research that we are currently facing in not only in our department, but in most of the departments in the world, which are in, let's say, in the ground where the new challenges of the computer science, the information engineering, and the mathematics are posed. So, and specifically in this case, the conference is co-organized with the Department of MESVA, of Medicine's Life, as they said, and this is really one of the most productive cross-fertilizing collaboration between departments, because not only artificial intelligence, but many of the topics which are at the core of this conference will actually be the challenges of next years. So it's not only artificial intelligence, but for instance also the blockchain, also the big data management. So many of the topics are really on the edge of the research of nowadays. So I think that the result of this conference will be an advancement of knowledge for all of us. I hope I will probably not stay for large amount of time with you because I have some bureaucratic duties these days, but I will be very happy to join the conference as soon as I can do it. So thanks to all the colleagues, thanks to all of you, and please have a nice conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Guido. Maybe a few words for Philippe Mathieu that may introduce a little bit PAAMS, and which is the leading conference of these multi-events.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm Philippe Mathieu. I'm the co-president of the scientific committee of the PAAMS conference with Frank Dignum, and I represent the president of the 7 scientific committees of this grouping conference. So first of all, I would like to thank you for coming because it's really a pleasure to see you in presence here. I really well know the PAAMS conference because I think I have just missed 2 years, the 2 last years, because of the health problem, you know. And it is the 20th edition of the PAAMS conference. So let me recall that it started as a local conference in Salamanca at the beginning, and it continued to become an international conference. And I would like to thank all my colleagues here, and especially the Università of l'Aquila, for making this conference a great success. So, as Yves de Mazo said before, I will recall one of his famous sentences. When you have a theoretical paper, you have to send your paper to PAAMS or ISCAI, but if you have a practical paper, you have to send it to one of the PAAMS conferences. What federates all the conferences here in PAAMS is practical application, and practical application is really important. It's nice to make some theoretical papers, but it's better, in my opinion, to have something who works, something for which you are able to make a demonstration to show how it's works, and not only words, having something which is able to work on a computer. So that federates all those conferences and makes these conferences a great success. So I will just say a few words about our invited speakers. All those conferences share their invited speakers. And we planned to have Danny Vance with us today, but unfortunately he had some problems in his family, and I would like to especially thank Juan Manuel Corchado, who accepted to give an invited talk when we asked him, I think, 1 week before, just in 1 week. So thank you very much, Juan Manuel. And to finish, you understand that to manage a set of 7 conferences like that, it's a huge organization work. And I would like especially to thank Fernando de la Pietra and all the team, I can see some guys here, and all the teams who organized this conference and try to make that you will feel good during these 3 days. So I would like to ask you to thank all those people who are helping to make a success to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe. Yes. Last but not least, I would like to pass the word to Tanya, that we organized locally this conference. So, Tanya.
So, welcome to everybody. So, I am Pierpaolo, as the local organizer of this event and part of the steering committee of Miss Portal. So, we are so proud to host this event and welcome everybody to this town that is our town, our university. I would like to thank you all the authorities that are here from Università of l'Aquila to stay with us and to support us in this big adventure. So PAAMS, Ms. Fortel, DKI, and blockchain is ML, and PA, CBB, and Deacon. So are a series of annual international conferences that are part of this big event. Okay, so this event started in 2002 with PAAMS. That was the first conferences, but so it grew during these years, and right now it counts 7 international conferences. We are really happy about to host all of them, and so we hope to that you can enjoy both the town and the conference. Pierpaolo, could you please? So this is just these are just 2 or 3 slides about the organization. So the plenary speakers, as already announced, are today Professor Juan Manuel Corchado. So tomorrow Tiziana Catarci, and the last day Hughes. So Bertini. After that, we also have some slides about all the conferences, and right now we would also to thank you all the committees that hardly work in order to have a great level of papers and a great level of research for that. So first of all, PAAMS, after that DKI, and Ms. Fortel, that is our conferences in which I and Pierpaolo, we hardly work in these 10 years, is ML, International Conference on Ambient Intelligence Living, PACBB, and blockchain, and Deacon. Okay, thanks, very, very thanks to all the general chairs and all the committees that hardly work for us. Some information about the organizing and the agenda. This is the QR code for web application. That is the application that supported these conferences. All of you received this link, and you can download the application and have at runtime all the information that are necessary to be here, to going to the conferences, and for browse this, for navigating within this building. And the scientific program is also available at this link. More or less, so we already have the lunch at 13 o'clock, and this evening we have the first social event, so the welcome cocktail at the Palazzo dell'Emiciclo. Tomorrow there will be the social dinner at Magione Papale. And so the last day we already have a short event, a short excursion to the Grotte di Stippe. I would like to also thank you, the artists that we host here, Carmine Di Pietro, Gianfranco Fortuna, and Federica Morgani, that I personally invited for these conferences. All these artists try to improve the quality, and they embrace the sustainability concept in his life and in this opera. Okay, so thank you also of them. So you can enjoy all the exhibition during these conferences. So no other works. Thank you also to the big sponsor and the local sponsor we already have that support us in order to improve the quality of this conference as well. Okay, so I think that's all we have in time in order to start with the keynote speech.
So welcome again. Now it's time for the invited speakers for the plenary session. And I want just to welcome Juan Manuel. Juan Manuel Corchado, maybe everybody knows him. He's full professor of computer science in the University of Salamanca. Maybe I could miss also something, because he's the director of the IoT, is the president of the Air Institute, is really a volcanic person with really impressive curriculum. And we know each other, now it's more than 10 years, I think, 12 years maybe, something like that. So and I'm really proud and happy to welcome Juan Manuel here in L'Aquila. And no more to say, I just leave the words to Juan Manuel, who is going to give a speech about Intelligent 5.0, the human being at the center of the production chain. So thank you, Juan Manuel.
Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Pierpaolo, for the invitation, and hello to everybody. I'm going to remove my mask. I am still quite worried about COVID, so I try to wear it as much as possible, also because every day I meet different people, and just by statistics, I will easily catch it if I don't wear it. So, anyway, thanks Tania, thanks Pierpaolo, thanks to the team, also Fernando, and everybody organizing everything, so I can be here. It happened that someone couldn't come, so that's why I am. And I try for my talk to introduce something you already know, because you are familiar with all of this, but maybe from a different perspective, because I like every so often to go back to the past to maybe explain our present and the future, because we can see how things happen on a cyclical way, but also because sometimes we can, in a way, able to predict what may come. But now, given the present situation of the world and how everything is changing so fast, I think our learning curve should be more pronounced, and we should be ready to predict what is going to happen and to anticipate to what will happen faster and faster every year. I came on the bus with Yves de Massot yesterday, and he told me during the last 10 years, the population has grown in 1,000 million people in the last 10 years, so maybe that will happen again in the next 5 years, and then we will have to be ready to absorb all of that knowledge that these people will generate, but also we will have to provide resources for all of these people. And in that sense, because we all know how important it's technology, especially AI and things, even things like blockchain or IoT or all of that, we need to be aware of what is going on around us to be able to deliver what we have to for having a better society. And for that, maybe I'm going to go back to the past and introduce you in what we have done in the last few years, and then I will go even further back to explain you how the industry and the technology has changed. And now, again, I'm going not that far in the past. I will go back again to see how AI has changed, and now how we have also changed in our research group. So I'm going to go back and forward to give you some idea of how we see the intelligence should change, and in which type of AI system we are working in order to deliver the product society needs. So basically, we have a research group at the University of Salamanca called Visitis. It's not a standard research group because we are around 150 people. And in order to be stronger, because we are a public institution, we have created a private institution for research, which is the Air Institute. You can see here the webpage, which is basically the same, but something more flexible that allow us to grow and to pay better and to have long-term contracts with companies and with not just for the company but for the workers. We can have long time or full time or employed for forever, not as we do at the university, which are contract by year or by month. So for that, in order to get stronger there, what we have done is to put together a digital innovation hub, which is the IoT Digital Innovation Hub, which is now what Europe is asking us to do. But then we merge with all the digitals at the regional level, and we have created the DGS3. You cannot read it very well here, but DGS3, which is the digitals of the digital of Castilla y León, and we have aired one of these projects delivered by the European Union in the last week or 2 weeks. So we got 4 million euros to start doing some work between all the digitals to improve and to facilitate the evolution of the local industry in order to become a hub on artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and IoT. It's not a lot of money, but it's a start. And then what we do is we complement what we do with a number of teaching programs. We run around 12 masters. One of them is cybersecurity, but we have masters on almost everything that needs to specialized people, but also, for example, we work and we run the National Spanish Police Cybersecurity Academy, and also the Cybersecurity Academy of Inteco, which is the Spanish public institution taking after the cybersecurity in Spain. So let's go in depth, and let's go back to the third industrial revolution. And why it happened? Because basically a lot of people thought that there was something there called energy that could help us, but it's not just that the water power, the steam power appear. Many other things happened that moved the society toward that revolution. And basically, I took this picture a few weeks ago in a place called Bruges or Ghent, I forgot. I don't know. I've been in both places. Maybe some Belgian people here. Bruges. The guy is, I cannot read it from there. Steven, I cannot read it, sorry. I'm going to get my glasses. I just got my glasses 1 week ago, so I forget I have glasses to read from. Let's close this time. So, okay. The full name is Steven. The name I cannot read it, even with glasses. Sorry. So, do you know why this guy is important? I was walking through a park and there was this statue, and the one taking me to the conference told me, that guy is very important. I said, why? Because he was the guy who discovered the dot between the 5 and the 0. So for mathematicians, that was something important, and that's something that helped engineering to move. So maybe the steam power was important, but things like that, the world was changing because many things were put together. Normally we think about the industrial revolution, or this industrial revolution because of the steam power, but there were many things going on, and what the Belgian told me is that the revolution came from the UK to Europe through Belgium. French were involved in another revolution, like, but the Belgians were getting there, and people from the Netherlands also worked hard, and then all the rest of Europe, probably not Spain at that point, but anyway. So after that, we had 1 century after the second revolution, and we have the electricity there, but many other things. We started to see that working in change, with factory. This is a German factory. A picture of a German factory a long time ago. Is still one of the biggest chemical companies in the world. BASF, we call it in Spain, BASF, and then other companies came, but it was a change because the engineering moved into a kind of organizing the world in a different way, and the production chain also in a different way. So it was 1 century, and again 1 century more or less after that, not 1 century probably, but things changed where basically the microprocessor started to be something available to everybody. In 1971 was the first microprocessor developed. So around that time, 1 century again, another industrial revolution came, which was the third revolution, and here basically because of the computer scientists and everything related to the hardware and software started to be a reality. And then from there, from this point of view, is where everything was started to change really fast, because computer and then internet in the future changed everything. So we have a different way of work and a different way to do things. Finally, because of the Asian companies, Asian countries in Europe, somewhere probably in Germany, started to say we need to change our production line, our production system, be more effective, work on real time, adapt our production chain on real time, and let's move into the fourth industrial revolution, because we need something else. Something else was to include hardware, probably some intelligence of our machine, but especially to connect our machines to the internet and be able to work with them in real time, to connect providers with clients, with users, so we can produce everything in real time. So as you can see, then from there, and in the last decade when this happened, basically, more or less, we are in the last decade, things have started to change a lot, very fast, in a way we could never predict in 2016. We could never predict the COVID, although we have a lot of people predicting the economy and many things. Things like COVID, not even in our worst dreams were there. But not only that, since this revolution started, just a few decades ago, we have seen how our cybersecurity problems have started, and a new industry around cybersecurity has changed our world. We have seen how companies like TSMC, the Taiwanese company, is producing 70% of the chips we use in all our mobiles, on our phones, and everywhere, and how we are dependent on this company. Probably that is saving Taiwan for being attacked by China. That's what some people say, but anyway. And when we were there, where we thought, okay, we have cybersecurity, more or less control, everything okay, COVID appeared. And again, a new paradigm, it happened that connecting machines to internet, applying artificial intelligence was not enough to save the world. We needed something else, and something else was basically to start to understand what was going on. No? This a few years ago, when COVID was there, everybody was worried about COVID, about the livelihood crisis. Maybe we still were working about the climate change or the heat in the world. Also cybersecurity. This is a report from the Global Risk Report 2021. So we all were worried about many things, but when we were thinking that the worst was there, then something, I don't know if it's even worse, but something very unexpected, at least from all of us. Probably some countries intelligent knew about it, but not most of the people. This started, and we had a crisis on the top of another crisis, which was the COVID crisis. And again, that has changed our way of thinking. Say, okay, our productivity has been decreased, the global world, the commerce has changed because we cannot rely on production coming from Asia. We are running out of computer scientists. All companies in Europe, in the world, I would say, are looking for computer scientists, and there are not enough experts in AI, are not enough, and if they are there, they charge a lot of money to the companies. So we need to rethink and to be able to maybe to think and to meditate or to care about what we have to do to improve the society as it is now. And again, the important thing is to hear what everybody, the society tells us, and we have to react. And one way to react is we need to look at the global market, but also we need to look at our neighborhoods and what is going on in our cities, because we can have ideas from all of that. So if we look at the top companies in the world, we see that most of them are companies that rely on AI and have produced something different because they have a high capacity on AI, because they have a product that is very intensive on AI, and for example, Apple, Microsoft, they are technological companies, but also AI is one of the major components there that making the difference. And you can see the top, we have one petrol company. We understand why the Saudi Arabian national company is there. We can understand the Taiwan company is in the top 10. They're producing microchip because we all need microchip, and they produce 70% or produce chips for 70% of the products coming to the market. But you see, there are no European companies there, and we have a lot of talent in Europe that should allow us to compete in this world. Even in this list, although there are not many companies where we have this French company, LVMH, you know that company? Come on, it's Louis Vuitton. It's a fashion company. I was expecting something more technological from the French, do something about it. But if you go down, we have Nestlé from Switzerland, and Rocher, also from Switzerland. So, but not many European companies there where we export and import a lot of talent on AI that should allow us to be much more competitive. So there are something we are doing wrong, because we have a strong government and a very advanced country with advanced technology, with a lot of decades of history, like Italy, for example, which is a power at the industrial level. So although we have a lot of great companies, but probably because they are not that intensive on AI, those companies are not there. And this is something we have to try to change. But even so, well, after rethinking, some people are starting to talk about the 5th generation of the industrial world. And why is that? Because we believe, or many people believe, and I think so, that we need a new type of artificial intelligence that grows in collaboration with humans. We all know that solving a small problem with AI is more or less relatively simple. Even a complex problem, individual problem with AI can be solved, but we have now global problems that involve many different variables, many different type of combination of problems. Unfortunately, we are not ready for that, but we are ready to create different types of collaborative expert system or intelligence system that, in collaboration with humans like us, will be able to solve problems in a rational and in a faster way, because now we cannot spend 1 year to build an algorithm. We need to spend weeks to solve a problem with an algorithm, and that normally helps to create a decision support tool. We have been talking about decision support tool, and this is where we think we should concentrate, to build technology that help experts on the field to solve the problem in which they are working. And that is where we are putting our effort nowadays in our research group because we have problems in all of these areas. So we work from cybersecurity to smart cities to smart grid to bioinformatics or neuroscience project, because the problem is not important to us, because we know we have to work with experts on the field, learn from them, and then to deliver the product they need to solve the problem they have. So basically, in that sense, we have something which is interesting, is that we have now very advanced technology for mass processing of AI. We have excellent cloud system with a lot of tools, so we can produce intelligent software easily. We have computer machines, everything we need, and it's not that expensive. A little bit, but not too much. We have real-time information from houses, from cities, from industry. We have even this new component, which is the blockchain, to guarantee that what we do and what we say and how we do things, and to gain reliability among our potential users, so they trust us, they trust what we do. But also, we need to go back to the AI because it has evolved a lot in the last few years. For example, we are still thinking sometimes in working with data and apply neural networks on data, just on data. But normally we have data, but we have a lot of knowledge about the problem. Why not to focus on developing algorithms that use this knowledge, the available knowledge, and the data, and this is what we try to do. Now, for example, with the deep learning, we can do that much easier than before, but still it's something that demands our time and effort to do something else. We have gone from the old AI, from the typical algorithms to that use artificial network to understand why the simple expert system we use at the beginning, not that simple, but limited expert system we use at the beginning have to improve. We have now genetic algorithms that are able to keep learning continuously, to absorb new data, which we cannot get from our sensor. Fuzzy logic is there and working very well from many problems. But also we have distributed computers and distributed AI with the agents and the multi-agent system, this paradigm that is also familiar with us, and we have tools to be able to distribute this intelligence in different systems. But also we have this concept, this new concept that we can apply now to this area, the Industry 5.0 concept, which is the use of the use of the let me see, I forgot. I forgot how to say that in English, but it's basically the social machines. Social machine. It wasn't that difficult, but I am getting too old already. So this concept of social machine can be used to potential to develop this concept of Industry 4.0. So now we have seen how large project in Europe has helped us to understand all of this, from the Blue Brain to other inertia like the intercultural collaboration by Professor Toru Ishida, in which we have been working for some time. But also we have seen how this old-fashioned AI has moved into something different, that after all of these boring days of AI early in this century or late in the last century, has helped us to create something different with projects, for example, like this one with Imaginet or some other. We were able to become a cross, and someone started to talk about deep learning and the convolutional network that, as you know, replicating images, basically by pooling and convolution, duplicating images, reducing the size of images in many steps, in different ways. We are able to absorb all the knowledge from different aspects, and for example, we can identify shapes, we can at the same time identify shapes, identify color, identify figure, identify different elements without a figure. So this concept of expert system or a mixture of expert system with different learning ways, we can combine them in one algorithm, and we are able by reducing the size, duplicating the size of images, using different filters to be able to classify, for example, images, to be able to even predict or to be able to optimize the solution for some problems, for many different problems, and we have been able to develop algorithms that are able, for example, very important in cybersecurity, when you look at sentiment analysis on the internet, to look, for example, like we do for potential promotion of terrorist attack or pornography, of this type of things, or when you are doing sentimental analysis for a company to analyze what they are doing to increase their market and so on. This type of products even are able to generate better solutions than the one provided by human experts specialized on that field. So in that sense, and I don't know if I am running out of time. Still 20 minutes, okay. More than enough. I need to make up something. So I'm going to show you, if I can, what we are doing in our research group to change ways to work and to be more efficient. As I told you in the past, we used to have, I still have, some European or national project that gives you money for 3 years, basically for doing research. But in 3 years' time, you cannot do anything productive because the problem probably has changed, the problem has disappeared, or someone else has solved the problem. What we try to do is solving problems and working with industry in short-term projects by delivering to them software within weeks or sometimes within days. And I'll show you how we do that, and with the tools we use. We have a tool, it's not a tool, it's a framework to deliver software product that involve acquiring data from databases, relational, not relational databases, from sensors, MQTT, or whatever type of protocol, and we are able to visualize the data with our tool. Then we are able to optimize or classify or predict with different elements, and then we can create a dashboard. All of this, we can do it nowadays with a couple of clicks. So in a week, we have the platform. Then we need to focus on the AI problem, and that, depending on the difficulty of the problem, will take us sooner or more or less time. But the point is that we are able to deliver, starting to test the data and deliver product within days, not like before that after we start working with the real problem, normally it took us months or even years. Now, platform is not a problem for us anymore, and then we quickly focus because we work on teams of people on the solution. But to achieve that, we have given other steps. that is creating tools that allow us to generate it into a much more faster time, which is this tool, which is dpin.net, in which I'm going to try to enter. And I'll show you some of the things you can do with it, because it's open for you to use if you want. I just log in with my user, and I'm not going to log out because to enter, because I don't know my password. I will have to check for it. So basically, this is a tool that allows you to work on a collaborative way. So you can have your account, your organization, you can assign members to your team, and everybody can see what you do, and you can share with them everything you do, and you can create new administration and so on. So basically, you can have different projects here, and within each project, where you can have your applications, you can have different workspaces. Okay, here, for example, this is my normal. These are the projects in which I am working now. So, and you can see, well, this is not the best thing. I don't know, for example, this one is a project which I am starting to work, which read data from different sources. I'll show you how easy it is to read anything from here, because I'm not a programmer anymore. I want to read data from any source easily. How I can create dashboard and visualization, but I have this. I can show you for a demo here, which is a project in which we are starting to work in Salamanca. And basically, when you create a project, you can say, okay, I want to read data from different sources. This is a kind of a smart city project. So we have data from many sensors, from many web pages, and so on. So we can see, for example, all the data from that we are reading, and with a description, and this is automatically done. And how we can we can read a source. Basically, you just need to say new source, and this is for non-programmers like me. So you can select what type of JSON, SQL file, or a derived source, or you can read a database, relational, non-relational, any type of database, or you can use a SICAM portal, or Open Science portal, or from Amazon Web Service, whatever. You can click here. Just need to give the name, and automatically the system understands what is there and read there and show it to you. So I show it to you in this way here. So this is a JSON, a derived source, and so you can have a view about the source, but it has many different options to pull the data and so on. So basically, apart from that, you can visualize the source. Also, this is like Tableau. Basically, when you want to visualize a source, the system allows you many different options that are already there to visualize the data in different ways. So, and it's as simple as you read the source, identify the source, and come here and say, okay, I want to display it in this way. Sometimes, for example, we are working now with many genomics problems, and the clients, the user of the system, ask us to incorporate new type of visualization system. So we adapt it for them, and then you can create a model. For example, this is one I have here. For just something very simple for you to use, which is a traffic prediction system on different roads that's been developed by yesterday quickly by Pablo, just basically when you want to create a new model, you just need to say, okay, if you want a supervised learning product or not, classifier, regression, or unsupervised, offer you different ways to treat the data, natural language processing. You want to do some time series prediction. So it has many simple ways to do it, but also you can incorporate programs, your own programs, easily to the system to be able to read the data. And in this case, this is a traffic prediction. Basically, just by using the algorithm, you have this dashboard that tells you the accuracy of the system and some statistical information and analysis, and also allow you to visualize the output. Everything is done automatically without needing, so you have to choose a street. You can, this is wrong, I think. You just need to put here an hour and a date, and the system will tell you how many cars in an hour are going to go through the place. So if it's 2 o'clock, so you have a value. So with this type of things, you can easily create some dashboards, and to create a dashboard is also very simple, because you can see here several dashboards that create automatically an iframe, and this iframe can be shared and incorporated to any web page here by just sharing this with, or incorporating that information to any web page. So we can, for example, for the banking system, we do commercial banking products, so we can adapt the commercial banking product basically on real time for the users if they need, and they can start adapting their portal, incorporating our product very easily and on a secure way. So the idea here is that you can edit this dashboard here easily. Everything is very simple, so you can move information and so on. So you can have different views. You can change the color, shape. I don't know how to do it very well, but you can do all of that and move everything. So using this tool, we can create intelligent system within days. So I'll show you some of the examples we have here. For example, let me see. I have here some. Well, this is a product we are doing for this company, which basically is for monitoring buildings, and it provides you different information about different buildings, and I have not been able to prepare much about it because they have sent it to me yesterday, but I didn't have internet on my hotel last night. So I cannot tell you a lot about this, but basically you can basically monitor, read data from sensors, and develop products on real time that allow you, for example, to understand how the weather conditions are changing. For example, in Salamanca, along the Roman path we have here, the quality of the air and the quality of the green forest which is within the city, and basically we are using this product to monitor industrial plants. For example, for the Portuguese people we have here, we work with Sonai, which is probably the biggest industrial consortium in Portugal. They develop table goods for IKEA, apart from other things, and they have some companies in Spain that produce these table goods, and they are long history companies. Some of them with for example, old machinery, and some other with new machinery, and in a collaborative project with the Polytechnic University of Valencia. I see some people from there. We have been able to help them to monitor their machines and to do predictive analysis and predictive maintenance, develop a predictive maintenance system for them that we are incorporating to other of their companies. But not just with this tool, we have created Deep NGS, which is a product for next generation genomics. Next generation genomics basically is about how to identify people's sicknesses, tumors, cancer, and so on, taking as an input the genomic data of the patient, the complete genome, you reading a FASTQ file or an exome. We align the genome, we clean it with artificial intelligence systems. We compare that with other people worldwide patients, and we are able to identify anomalies on tumors and identify if there is a tumor, but not just. I'll show you here. This is a tool we have especially produced for hospitals, for clinical hospital. So any doctor can recommend someone to take a test, and with Illumina, with an Illumina machine, they generate a FASTQ file from a blood sample. And now this is what is called short reads. Now we are working with Oxford Nanopore technology to work with long reads. And basically, in that sense, what we can have, let's see if it's run, information about the patient that tell us, okay, this is how your genome, let me see if I can open it, about how your genome maybe I don't have permission to read it. Okay, I cannot show it to you now, but basically, well, I don't know, maybe I haven't tested here. But basically, what it should happen, you will see here the patient analysis, and then basically it will tell us where you have the anomalies in which exome. For example, if you have an anomaly in the, I don't know, the KRAS gene that is compatible with lung cancer, and the system not just tells you the state, but also tell you which one is the best therapy. We have connected our system with a tool provided by the Carlos III Institute, and the product now, tested by them, provide you all of that information, the tumor you have and the best potential treatment, and also is a support tool that allow the genetics to understand why the system has tell them what to do. So to developing a tool like that normally takes years, and thanks to deepin.net, we have been able to simplify the production within basically months after knowing the system. So apart from that, from this tool, which anyway, I will provide you information to access to this tool, because anybody can access to it. You can experiment it yourself. Apart from that, we have, for example, created another product in other areas, not just in medicine. We are working on using also this technology on a reverse vaccination product, which I don't know if you are familiar with that. Basically now, what is important for the world is to be able to speed up the process of developing vaccines, isn't it? So now what we are doing is basically getting the description of the pathogen, for example, the FASTA file, which is the description of the pathogen, or a genetic description of the pathogen, which is provided by the analysis of the pathogen and analyzed, and then a file with the genomic description is created. And we do inverse engineering with this same technology in order to identify the antigen to that virus. So basically, using again artificial intelligence techniques and some standard methods used, we avoid to run through this process of doing all the clinical and laboratory analysis of the virus and so on, because it's risky, and it's basically take long time. So we reduce the times from years to months, and also we obtain probably not the best product, probably not the final product, but we are able to allow the real experts on the field to produce a vaccine much faster than they used to do. And basically that's thanks to tools like this that help you to be fast and to be aligned with the new times in the world. Something we are doing also is one of the latest product is, so you will have a system, television platform that we have merging with a news platform. And the base of this news platform, which is in English now and in Spanish too, is that produces news on real time. Also, it's the advantage of this tool is that basically all the news are generated automatically by other news on different portals by robots. So people is looking for information, need information on real time, need very fast information, and now we cannot expect sometimes to have a journalist there for forever. So whatever is new on the internet, we capture it, we modify it, we reward it, we merge articles from different opinion media, and we create new and automated news on real time for that. So thank you very much, and that's all from me. Thank you. I don't know if there is time for any questions or not?
Yes, I'm asking. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel. Are there any questions?
If not, we can go for the coffee.
Yes, one.
Many thanks for a very interesting talk. 2 questions. What do you mean mean by put the human in the center? It's a kind of new version of ambient intelligence, as you know, that puts human in the middle and receiving all the feedbacks and the opportunity that the system can give. Second question, all the tools that you develop in your group, are open source. Can we use that also?
Okay. For the first question is what I mean by putting the human being on the center is because I understand that the artificial intelligence has a lot of limitation as it is now. And most of the problems we manage nowadays are very complex problems, involve many variables, involve real time, and simple things can be solved by AI, but complicated things, if you want to create fast solutions, you need to involve experts on the field. So you have to, I think, and that's what we do, is to create systems that are kind of support systems to improve the quality of the expert work. It's not just something autonomous, because that takes a lot of time, take a lot of effort, and it's for us is difficult to automatize a complex problem 100%. So we focus especially on deliver products that help experts on the field. You see, I started to work with elderly people a long time ago because of my grandma had Alzheimer, and I tried to develop some tools for them and interest on that. And we deliver a product for a company that for monitoring elderly people with dementia, and I told the guy, the company running the center where the technology was in use, say, okay, you are going to become rich because you can export this to all your places where you have elderly people with dementia, and you can show the product to the society, say, okay, I am automatically monitoring the patient. And you know what he told me? He told me, this is no good, because the sons, the daughters of my patients want a human to monitor, to control, and to be with the parents. They don't want a machine or a computer or a robot. Okay? So that's when I started to think that AI can solve things, robots can solve things, but you can never substitute a human body, especially when I mean, I fly on a plane, or I know everything is automatic, but there is a pilot there. If someone tells me, okay, this is a plane with no pilot, I don't think I will trust that plane very much. So just in case, because you never know, and computers sometimes fail, and AI sometimes fail, and when you want to solve critical problems, you need something that is very difficult to absorb, which is the human experience and the human knowledge. But you can always help humans to do better the work they do. So that's what I think. And also, especially when you have, for example, big manufacturing companies, you cannot automatize and everything, and then when you see something can be introduce it and change the whole thing, because it's very expensive. You need to produce systems to improve the quality of the infrastructure of the company by helping the humans to be more effective and to do the work on a safer way and reliable way. So basically, and with respect to the other products, we try to commercialize everything. So no open source, but we license our product for research groups and so on. So they don't have any cost. So if anybody of you is interested of using our platform, let us know. You will be able to use them without any charge or any problem. But we are trying to make money out of everything we do in order to sustain
And pay the bills.
to pay the bills, and also because as a scientist we all want to become rich also, no? Why not? Probably not possible, but we will try.
Okay, thank you. Are there more questions?
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Very much. We have just a present for you.
Okay.
For you, flowers,
And a book.
and to renew also our collaboration with the University of L'Aquila. So this is for you.
Thank
your
you.
office.
Let's take a picture with you.
Yeah.
All right. Hope you can hear me. I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank the organization. It's very nice here in L'Aquila. My talk today will be about an open multi-agent system combined with an Internet of Things-based architecture for large-scale vehicle-to-grid and grid-to-vehicle power transfer. So I'm coming from Crete, from the island of Crete of Greece, and the Technical University of Greece. And this is joint work with the Institute of Informatics and Telecommunication, Demokritos, in Athens. So I will start by an introduction, and also in the introduction I will try to give you what to expect to hear. And then I will have some slides on the background, and then go on to show you the system architecture and how we proceeded with system implementation. Before concluding, I will show some experiments that will demonstrate the use of the platform. So this paper is about an application domain that is very hot today, that of vehicle-to-grid, because we have new electric vehicles that want to charge, and these vehicles want some time to charge, so they need to reserve their place in charging stations. And so we want to give you an open architecture for all the business stakeholders in this domain, allowing for diverse business models and implementations. The contributions that you will see in this paper is an open multi-agent system architecture for this problem domain, and we will demonstrate its use and practical applicability by showing you the diverse algorithms that exist in the literature for this domain and how we can integrate different agents there. I will talk about the scalability and how it can scale to reach a massive number of cars. And to do that, we combined the multi-agent systems platform with an Internet of Things platform. So the background is about electric vehicles that need to reserve slots for charging. And these slots can be in malls, they can be in charging stations on the road, or even near the houses at the pavement. Sometimes they can not only be used for getting power from the grid, but also for giving power to the grid, because sometimes these cars are there the whole night or for a long period of time, and they have a big battery, and they can be used to give back power to the grid so as to help it when prices get really high, when in high demand periods prices get high, and also to address unexpected demand peaks or production storage, especially when we have green production like solar panels or wind turbines. So the Internet of Things is about having sensors and actuators embedded in physical objects and linked through the wireless or wired network. So everything in this sense, everything. And now with 5G and high-speed connection with a lot of capabilities, everything, charging stations, vehicles, everything will be a physical object that will be able to be connected to the internet and be energized to do things or be used as a sensor to read it. So there are Internet of Things platforms now in our disposal. We selected one of them, the Synesthesis platform, that has a message-oriented middleware with a central message broker supporting both messaging between agents, but also messaging between components of one agent. And all this is done through RESTful services. Here you see the way that the messages are used in Synesthesis platform. So we have the broker here. We have the broker in the center where agents subscribe to topics. And when other agents publish something in a topic, then every subscriber is informed about this publication. And this subscription can be dynamic so as to be able to subscribe to all kinds of a particular type of service. And then we have here a big picture of the domain showing all the players. So you see we have electricity producers that can be green or traditional. We have consumers that are factories, houses, but also vehicles. And then we have the mechanism design stakeholders. These are organizations that can be public or private that compute the price the electricity should have at a given time during the day. And then we have other bodies, organizations that compute the imbalance, the difference in demand and supply in electricity. And these guys want, you see, we have a scale here. We saw it as a scale. They wanted to make a balance, to have production be equal to the demand. And then we come to the domain of the vehicles, of the cars, where we have stations where cars can charge. Here you see the vehicles. And also, because they need to reserve the slot to charge, we have a recommender guide that can be a website, can be an application on a mobile phone. It's someone who knows what charging stations are available and can propose some of them to vehicles that want to charge. And here you see the architecture. You see that we have mapped every stakeholder to an agent type, because stakeholders have interests, and also agents are the right entities in software to capture these stakeholders, because they can have intentions and they can defend the rights and the interests of the person they represent. Here you see a number of protocols that we have proposed. I will not see them one by one. I want you to see the different communication paths between these guys. So you see the vehicle agent here that communicates with charging stations, but also with the station recommender agent. The arrows show who is initiating the conversation. And here we have one case where both parties can initiate the conversation, and this is when they want to negotiate a change in plans, because a vehicle is a dynamic entity that might have a delay. The plans of a person may change, so it's important to be able to negotiate a change in plans. And this can also happen at the charging station side. There can be a fault in one of the charging places, or there can be a problem and it wants to negotiate another time with a vehicle. I want to focus a little on the mechanism design agent. It's a very important agent here because this agent computes the prices, gives the prices to the smart grid, and in our case, it's just a player in the architecture. So to demonstrate that this can be dynamic and it can be changed, or the algorithm can change, we have devised two agents that use the two different pricing schemes. One uses the NRG coin pricing algorithm that gives such prices that give an incentive to consumer to buy electricity when the prices are low, and also the suppliers to give power when it's expensive to make money. And we also have an adaptive pricing algorithm that communicates with the imbalance, the expected imbalance, and calculates prices so that they are high when demand is high and production low, and cheap in the other case. And to do the calculations, we were based on realistic data that were generated by a dataset generation tool given by Harald Lambidis and his colleagues. And then another important player is the charging schedule, the charging station that gives possibilities to vehicles to come and charge at specific slots. And here we had three different algorithms. One was the first slot, so whenever a car wants to charge, it gets the first slot that is available, regardless of the price that it has to pay. Then we have another algorithm, the lowest prices, so when a car wants to charge, the possibility of the time frame in which it can charge is computed, and then he gets to charge at the slot where the prices are lowest possible. And then we have the third scheme, that is the vehicle-to-grid scheme, where vehicles not only charge, but may be used as power suppliers if they have enough time to stay at the charging slot. And here, the goals are three. One is to minimize the charging cost, because the vehicle in that case, when it gives back energy, it can sell that energy, so it can make money. And of course, at the end of the charging session, the vehicle must be in full power. It must be well charged. And so here we have a linear programming problem with these limitations. And of course, another limitation is to respect the maximum or minimum range of the battery of the specific vehicle at each time step. So based in these algorithms, we did some experiments to confirm the usability and the practical use of this platform, and to showcase its ability to incorporate diverse agents with diverse algorithms. One of the first experiments that we did is to compare the schedule algorithm. In this case, you see the NRG coin algorithm against time. So you see here the three different policies for the charging stations: the first slots, lower prices, and vehicle to grid in time. So you see that as time passes, the first slot has a higher cost, while lowest prices is quite below. And when the vehicle has the option to give also some power back to the grid, you say that price gets even lower. So it's in the interest of the vehicle owner to use this scheme to charge. Another nice picture is this one on the right, where it shows the imbalance of the network in time, and the original without the vehicle's charging is with the dashed line, where the first slot is the blue line, and you see that in some cases the blue line can exceed the original. So, and you see this here, because you see that the first slot adds to the imbalance. It's a problem for the balance of the production and charging. And while the other two algorithms reduce the imbalance, balance production to consumption. And you also see here the wasted energy. In the lowest prices and the vehicle to grid, it's almost half as it would be without having the vehicles in the network. And this also has an effect on the power that the network has to import. And you see that if all the cars use the first slot algorithm, then the network will need to import a lot of energy. And you see here the difference in the mean average power difference. So our experiments not only use a lot of cars and show that this platform can have a lot of cars, but also verifies what we expect to see from the literature. Here you see another experiment that combines cost with hours connected to charger, and you see that if a car is connected to the charger about 4 hours, it's the same for lowest prices and vehicle to grid, because the car just has the time to charge. But if it stays more, you see that cost can be much reduced. Of course, the real situations are until here, where you leave the car for the night, let's say, or for 8 hours. It's really rare to leave the car out for 24 hours. And here you also see that both methods of computing the cost have the similar effect to the network, because both methods give high prices when consumption is high and production is low, and low prices when production is high and consumption low. And this is another interesting figure that shows the applicability of our platform. You see that as the vehicles get many, and here, as the vehicles get many, the messages exchanged in the network rise in a linear way. And our experiment was done with just one machine. You see here an AMD Ryzen 5 processor. And we had a speed up of 360 times. 1 second is 1 day in this simulation. So for this kind of machine, we could have the possibility in a real time to connect 100,000 vehicles to charge. So this is not a very nice figure, but it shows that, our platform is applicable and really can support a mass scale of vehicles. So to give you an overview of our achievements, so we have an open multi-agent system architecture for this important field of the emerging field of electric vehicles appearing in the smart grid. And we showed that our solution gives the needed scalability that is needed, especially in big cities, where you have a lot of cars that want to charge, or that you will have a lot of cars in the future. And not only that, but the approach that we had with this low-level modularity with the agent-based approach allows for the seamless integration of multiple agents. So a vehicle can travel and go to another city and find another network, another smart grid, and connect there and be able to schedule its charging. And we also pushed to the limit this Synesthetic Internet of Things platform, and so that it has a direct applicability in real-world settings and can really enable this digital twins model for the smart grid. So when we talk about digital twin, we mean that a physical entity has also a representation in the World Wide Web, and it can communicate both in the physical world and in the internet in order to have an augmented experience. And this is what we want to give here to the vehicles. While the person is driving, the person has an agent representing him, knows the schedule, knows if he's traveling, if he's a tourist, or if he's going to work every day, knows the schedule of the person, and can augment its possibilities by getting a schedule for charging that is both cost efficient, it's not expensive, and also matches the schedule of the user. So concluding, we have presented this open architecture that in the energy transfer problem domain, and we showed that different kinds of agents that represent diverse stakeholders in this domain can get in this platform and use these flexible microservices to connect and make a charging schedule. We explored various agent strategies that are in the literature, the most prominent ones that we found, and we show, and this system is readily deployable. Now we have it in a machine, but we're currently researching on how to give it the possibility to be executed as a Docker image, so that we can multiply the capabilities to a cloud provider that can give a lot of machines to run it, so that it can support even a larger number of vehicles. We address the needs of openness using the Internet of Things platform, and also we show that it can cover diverse business models and different needs of players through the different agent types, each one representing a stakeholder, and the development of these open protocols. And as I have some time, I want to put 1 minute. We started at quarter. Okay. All right. So just to say that the protocols, we use the SIMI methodology for representing the protocols, and the protocols are a different model than the agents. So someone that is interested in participating to this system can download the protocols and use them to build its own agents, new agents that will be able to participate in this platform. Our future work is in making these components that you saw more elaborated and have more capabilities like machine learning and also decision making for different types of users now, different types of drivers, incorporate more recommendation algorithms so as to give a complete solution to a smart grid that wants to adopt this system. And we're also now preparing with project proposals to try to have a first pilot study in a real-world case to show it the applicability not in simulation but in a real-world scenario. So thank you for following this talk. I hope you found it interesting. And yes, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to.
Thank you very much.
I need the microphone to talk. Okay, thank you very much. Questions? We have here.
Grazie mille per la presentation. I just have a question about slide number 5.
Slide number 5?
Yeah. You said that one of your motivation to use multi-agent system for this kind of application is to reply to unexpected demand peak and unexpected production shortage. Did you have tried to have some empirical evaluation of the system to show that it is able to respond, to adapt itself to this kind of stress situation? Did you try to make empirical evaluation, try to simulate this kind of peak overload, demand peak, and try to find the metrics to show that the system is able to respond quickly to this kind of peak? Can you elaborate a little bit on this, Nikolai?
Yes. If you take a look at this experiment here, you see that we had these kinds of, in this case, the imbalance of the system by the charging vehicles is greater than the one expected, and this is where we had in the simulation the possibility to import power from another grid. This was how we thought. This is how it happens actually, also in the real world. Smart grids, because of this architecture, they have the possibility to connect to other grids and get energy from there.
Thank you very much.
Or else there should be turbines ready, gas or petrol turbines ready to start.
Thank you, very interesting talk. My question is, how about the complexity of the recharging station? What is the impact of that network to the system? And also, you had a simulation with 100,000 vehicles. So how many charging stations we need in order not to have queues to charge vehicles? Because this is the problem now, because everybody's going to charge and there are a lot of more vehicles than charging stations.
Yes, you're right. This is a very interesting issue. We assume that there will be enough charging stations to address the needs of the vehicles. Of course, if we have 5 stations and 100,000 vehicles, this cannot happen. So we assume that there are enough stations to give the possibility to the vehicles to apply the diverse algorithms. So yes, this is very interesting, because in order for the vehicle to be able to give back power to the network, the charging stations should not be just enough so that vehicles can charge. And this is actually what happens in a real world. I don't know if in your cities you already have charging stations. You will see that it's a lot of time that they are empty. Because if it comes to have to push a person before you to charge your car, then it is an impractical thing to do. So we didn't explore this problem. We assumed that there would be enough charging stations.
One more question. Also one virtual question. Okay, thank you. I don't know if there is one.
There was a virtual question? I didn't hear it.
Any virtual question, please? Oh,
sorry, I came a little late.
sorry.
Speak loud.
Okay, sorry.
I live in a small city in Abruzzo. We have a charging station. It's generally empty. Well, my concern is seeing the rise in energy costs that we're all experiencing, especially in Italy. I don't see a lot of, what are we doing to help educate and really push the adaptation for e-cars for the population in Italy? Concern or apprehension because of these costs, and not a lot of desire from the population to embrace costs. But we have an energy station for
It will probably be used by tourists. But yes, this is a policy question. It's not a technical question. In Greece, for example, the government gives you incentive to buy an electric car by sharing the cost somehow.
Okay, thank you very much. We can use also the lunch for more discussion if you want. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So we pass to the following. We pass to the following presentation. Please come. Retrograde Behavior Mitigation in Planner-Guided Robot Swarms.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Shader from George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, USA. I'm with my advisor, Professor Sean Luke. We've been developing a system that we call planner-guided robot swarms. Today I'm going to tell you about our most recent work, which is to address a potential problem in the system that comes up called retrograde behavior. A little background on the planner-guided swarm approach that we're using. The whole idea is to merge automated planning, classical AI planning, with distributed, fully decentralized swarm operations. What we're aiming for is a sweet spot, a great combination of the power and the controllability of a centralized system, but without any single points of failure and with all of the swarm advantages of scalability, of inexpensive replacement, and robustness. The fundamental outline is that we use a classical planner to come up with plans in given a domain and a problem. We specify the domain and the problem using PDDL, Planning Domain Definition Language, which is the standard in the planning community. The agents build plans, and then there is a mapping that is determined ahead of time between those high-level actions and the micro behaviors that the swarm agents will engage in. The result, if all goes well, is that the swarm accomplishes potentially complex missions. But there's an obvious problem that can come up. What do you do? What happens if different agents within the swarm are operating on different steps of a plan? Classical planning assumes unitary agents that there's no potential for this desynchronization to happen. With a planner-guided swarm, there are multiple agents acting as a virtual agent. So it is possible for them to be out of sync, and that's what we explore here. A quick look at the architecture of the system. The human programmer defines the domain and the goal ahead of time. The agents in the swarm then run with this. They each have their own planner. They're each devising their own plans, but because they have the same knowledge of the world and are using the same algorithms, they'll come up with the same plans. We take advantage of that fact, that super rationality, if you will, in order to get the collective behaviors that we are looking for. The high-level planning side looks something like this. This example is from the classic blocks world example used in most intro planning situations. We define predicates, statements about the world, and actions, how the world can be changed by the agents. So in this one, if we wanted to go from the blocks being on the left to the blocks being on the right, well, we could make a plan which would have various steps about stacking and unstacking blocks. And since this is a swarm situation, at the low-level side, those individual blocks are going to be moved by individual agents. So let's look at that low-level side of things. This is the actual execution from the swarm perspective of what's going on. There's a mapping of each of those high-level actions to low-level ones, collecting and depositing. So classic swarm behaviors like foraging and patrolling are the sort of basic ingredients that we use. And so just in this sequence on the left, the agents in green are in the collect behavior. They're looking for blocks to pick up. In the middle, one of them has turned red because it's picked up one of those brown blocks. And then on the right, the swarm is almost done with the mission. It's moved all but one of the sub blocks over from the left to the right. So we're almost done. Okay, on to the problem at hand. So we term this retrograde behavior, and it's a situation in which agents are working at cross purposes. Some are undoing the work of the others. Simplest way to look at it is just with that example down at the bottom. Suppose we have an open door action, and an effect of that is for the door to be open. Later, perhaps we might have a closed door action, and the effect of that is for the door not to be open. Well, if different agents in the swarm are on different plan steps, if some of them are stuck on this earlier door opening step, well, those door openers are going to be moving around, undoing the work done by the door closers. And at minimum, this is going to slow down progress. It might keep it from ever succeeding. And in some situations, it might even be a disaster, as we'll see in a moment. So that's the fundamental definition of what we're looking at. For this work, we've devised 3 mechanisms by which we can mitigate or eliminate this retrograde behavior problem, and they're effective in different situations. The first one is a behavior adjustment. I explained before how there's a mapping from the high-level planning domain actions to the low-level behaviors that the swarm agents execute. And so sometimes it is possible to change that mapping to make it impossible for this kind of race condition situation to happen. It's not a perfect answer. It does involve reprogramming. It's got to be done offline before the swarm is engaged in this activity. And it does take a programmer. Part of our work is aimed at having a non-expert be able to run the swarm, and this definitely involves expert intervention. Our second mitigation is we call heartbeat shutdown. In this one, the agents keep track of how often they've been in contact with each other. All of their interactions are only local, only when they are very close to each other do they exchange information. But because of the way that they circulate, information flows rapidly through the whole swarm. So if an agent has lost its communications ability or become physically distanced, then it will keep track of this and decide on its own, I've been out of touch for too long, I'm going to, maybe I'm out of sync, so I will shut down, and that's what we did in this one. Other examples, though, we could go into a safe mode or return home or something like that. And our third approach is called checkpoints and heartbeats. So this one, it uses the heartbeat shutdown approach of each agent deciding if it is out of touch and perhaps retrograde and stopping. But it also adds a checkpoint, a safety mechanism, which makes sure that no agent will advance unless every agent is ready to advance. So it's similar to a 2-phase commit in a database system. All right, into the scenarios. We ran experiments with 3 different situations that we designed to exercise different aspects of this problem and the solutions. The first scenario is construction. And the idea here was to have the simplest possible plan that could be subject to a retrograde problem. So in this one, the agents come out from the bottom right side of the area there, and their first step is to find bricks lying out in the world and bring them to that depot area, a staging area where the construction materials need to be brought. Then their second step is to build the barrier, to assemble the wall in the right red circle. Let's look at what success is like. If there's no failure and everything works smoothly, well, it goes like this. The agents explore the field, they collect the bricks, and they build up. In that top right, you can see where the depot is starting to be filled in with the collected building materials. Then once the depot is filled, then the agents can move on to step 2, which is to actually build the barrier itself. And finally, in the bottom right, mission success, we've built the wall. The problem, though, is what if some of the agents have a communications failure and get frozen in step 1? So they're working to collect bricks wherever they may be and bring them to the depot. So that means agents stuck on step 1 are going to be undoing the work of the agents on step 2 who are actually putting the wall together. This shows our results using each of those 3 mitigations that I explained. Now, in every case, ultimately, the swarm succeeded. Even with no mitigations, it did ultimately work, but it took 10 times longer, at least, than than if with our mitigations. Our behavior adjustment came out the best, where we just changed the rule to say only collect bricks from the brick field, not from anywhere else, so that eliminates the possibility of them disassembling the wall. If that's not possible, though, the other mechanisms work. The heartbeats shutdown meant that any agents that were stuck on the first step would realize this, and they would stop causing a problem by shutting themselves down. And then the last way was also included the checkpoint. The noteworthy difference here is that adding the checkpoint does slow down the results because there's extra coordination involved. Every agent needing to have word that all the others are either shut down or participating. And that does slow it down. So in this case, the behavior adjustment was certainly the best answer. Our second scenario considers a moon base. Imagine a domed structure on the moon, and it starts off being unpressurized. We've got 4 airlocks, the dark brown areas at the top and bottom left and right sides. And scattered outside, we've got oxygen tanks that need to be collected. So the agents come onto the field. First thing they're going to do is wander around looking for airlocks to open them. Next, they will collect the tanks and bring them inside. Then they'll close all the airlocks, and only once all the airlocks are closed, they'll open the tanks so as to pressurize the dome. Let's see success on this one. First, the agents spread out looking for the tanks. They spread out looking for the airlocks so that they can open the doors. Once that's done, then they can go collecting the tanks that were scattered about. Here on the left side, they're starting to bring the tanks in. And then finally on the right side, they brought in all the tanks. They realize this because they are coordinating. They can then close all the airlocks, and now we've succeeded. Right? The dome has been pressurized, and nobody's going to open any doors unwantedly. But if we have a failure where some of the agents were stuck on that first step, well, they're going to open an airlock after it's already been pressurized. And that's going to be catastrophic. That's not just an issue of inefficiency or of slowing down the process. That's going to ruin the entire mission. And so for that reason, we have some tighter constraints than we did on the previous example. Results in this one. With no mitigations, there's no chance of succeeding. I suppose it's theoretically possible, but in thousands of simulations, it never happened because there's always some agent that is going to open a door when they should not have. There isn't any good behavior adjustment to make for this one in the constraints of the scenario, so we considered only the other two. The heartbeat shutdown, where with the entirely internal one for the broken agents to recognize that, it succeeded some of the time, about 2/3, but it also still had catastrophic failures because there's just too great a chance that in the amount of time before realizing it should shut down, an agent might open a door when the base has already been pressurized. So by far the best solution in this case was the checkpoint and heartbeat ones. This always succeeded because there was never a possibility of the agents pressurizing the dome, opening the tanks before all the doors were closed and all the agents were out of the door opening stage. It does take longer. We're paying that penalty for that extra coordination, but in a situation like this one where a catastrophic failure is possible, it was certainly the right way to do it. And finally, our third scenario, farming. In this one, we consider 3 adjoining fields and a series of steps that need to be performed on the soil. First, the earth needs to be plowed up, needs to be harrowed, as in ridges carved in so that there's a good place in which to plant the seeds. We've got to put out fertilizer, and then finally we've got to weed the fields and take out any weeds that may have grown. And certainly this is an idealized situation, but it's not too far off from some actual agricultural applications that are being explored. In this one, we've raised the complexity all around. We've got a more complicated plan. We've also got 3 different groups of agents working in parallel. So the swarm divides itself into thirds to go after each individual field. So success for this one looks like this. At first, the agents fan out. The different phases of this farming process, those 5 steps, are represented by getting steadily darker in the squares. So we see the far right has been partially plowed. The agents are fanning out and starting to work on the other fields too. Later, the plowing is done. Now it's working on that harrowing step of carving the ridges in. Here we have, we're almost done with the harrowing and the seeding. You can see there's still some scattered spots that haven't been hit yet, but they will. And eventually, the fertilizing and the weeding is complete, and the swarm has taken care of everything here. So the retrograde problem here is pretty evident. If you plow an area that has already been seeded, well, then you are back to square one. You've undone the work that was successful earlier. And same for each of those, right? There's a path dependency where any earlier step undoes the effect of the later steps. So looking at our different approaches here, with no mitigations, again, a remote chance of success, but we sure never observed it. It's just too likely for an agent to plow something that's already been seeded or one of those other contradictory positions. Oh, the failure mode on this one is also more complicated. Instead of having a single mass extinction where a number of the agents fail, there's a small chance at every single simulation step of any agent failing. So it's a more complicated and more realistic failure mode. For this, we were able to get good results with each of the methods, but with some interesting qualifiers. The behavior adjustment worked perfectly. If we add a condition that says, don't plow the field if it's been seeded, and so on, then we can prevent this from being a problem in the first place. If that's not an option, though, the other methods work okay, although for both the heartbeat and the checkpoints, it's possible that it all takes so long that that gradual failure chance catches up with you, and ultimately all the agents are disabled, and there's no way to finish the job. Of the successful runs, we've got a pretty good separation of how effective how efficient they all were in terms of time, with the behavior being the best because there's no penalty other than the loss of the agents as they stop working. The heartbeats method was in the middle. The checkpoints and heartbeats, as before, that coordination overhead slows down the overall process so that it takes longer, but it still succeeding. So synthesizing all these different, synthesizing these different results into a decision tree, we come up with a pretty clear way to decide which approach to use. If the remapping, if that behavior adjustment is feasible, you've got time to reprogram and it fits in with the way the domain and the capabilities of the agents, well then it's the best bet, right? We've routed around the problem so that there isn't any way for retrograde behavior to happen. When that's not the case, which in real life is going to be common, then the big question is there a catastrophic failure possibility, like the airlock opening situation? And if that's the case, then the checkpoint and heartbeats is the way to go. We'll accept the performance penalty in order to avoid the catastrophic failure that can happen with retrograde behavior. In all other cases, the heartbeat shutdown is a simple and effective solution. And as I said, it doesn't have to be a shutdown. It could be a safe mode or a return to base or a patrol in a harmless fashion kind of mode. So ultimately, this is what we can use to decide which way to go to mitigate this potential problem. Our upcoming work on this, in fact, what I'm working on right now, is a real-world implementation in the robot lab. I've got local bots with 4 degree of freedom manipulator arms that are going to drive around the lab, doing something like the construction scenario for starters, where they'll move blocks around, and I'll code in failures so that they'll get stuck at different points, and then we can see if we can apply what we did in simulation to this right here. Subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation.
Okay. Questions?
Just about, probably I missed something at the beginning, but you said that the behavior of the agents, they plan with video, but this planning is individual for each agent?
So that's a great question. It really cuts to the heart of the whole method. Really, it's both at the same time. That from the planner perspective, this is not multi-agent planning, but rather it's parallel planning in which each agent is acting as if it's the only one that there is. In practice, or at least within the swarm, though, we take advantage of the fact that they're using the same algorithms in order to come up with this.
Okay, we have time for more questions.
The response time, has it always under control? Do you know how long it will take the algorithm to react to the new situation?
So that's an interesting one. I've done some, not for this paper, but I've done some work along those lines of how the agents could monitor the progress of themselves. A big variable in this is to what extent can the agents observe for themselves what the overall situation is. And so sometimes that's quite possible. Maybe there's a display that they can read, or maybe they're building a wall that they can all see. And in those cases, then we can develop some heuristics that help the agents switch tasks. Maybe one task is proceeding much more quickly than another, and they could dynamically rebalance based on exactly that.
Okay. More questions? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask about the checkpoint mechanism. So is it essentially spread throughout the swarm of the agents? Do they each inform each other about a checkpoint is now occurring? And if that's the case, is there a possibility for a group of agents to get into their own sort of loop? So for example, 2 of them wander off, lose the communication with the rest of the group, and then inform each other there is a checkpoint, or we are both on stage 1, the rest of the swarm is somewhere else. How do you address this issue? Is it possible?
Yeah, that's certainly it's certainly a real situation that can come up. Certainly in this work, our assumption was that ultimately unless there is a communications failure, that we can treat the swarm as as a connected graph. In situations where that wouldn't happen, we would have to do something. We would have to do something different. So, there might be bigger geographical separation, or maybe there's physical barriers. For situations like that, I did do a kind of a locked rooms scenario, and for that, the critical thing was to make sure their communication radius was enough to be able to talk through walls and so on. But yes, it's certainly an issue of having islands of disjoint subgroups of agents. So it's certainly something we'd have to consider in real applications.
Okay. Any online question? Oh, thank you very much. So let's go to the third presentation. Please. Yeah. The title of the third presentation is Developing BDI-based robotic systems with ROS2. Will be presented by Davis Dalmoro.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. I'm a postgraduate student coming from the University of Trento here in Italy, and I'm here today to present a work I carried on last year with my research team and that we are still currently working on. The work is entitled Developing BDI-based Robotic Systems with ROS2, and it proposes a novel BDI architecture built upon the de facto standard nowadays in robotic development, which is ROS2. As probably many of you know, ROS2 offers the means to reliably sense the environment and promptly react to stimuli in order to build a wide range of robotic application in a scalable and modular way. Unfortunately, or better, like the industry is evolving and requiring the agent not only to show these low-level reactive primitives, but to also cope with problems that are difficult to exhaustively predict at design time, therefore to show higher degrees of autonomy to reason about how to achieve and fulfill their goals. This introduces the need to combine these low-level reactive primitives that comes with ROS2 and are part of its environment with, as I said, high-level capabilities like reasoning, autonomous deliberation, planning, and communication. From these premises, we have designed the idea and developed them to build a BDI-based framework for ROS2 boosted by adaptive planning capabilities. Of course, given the target, which is robotic system applications, it was almost a natural choice to select as the base for our stack ROS2. And on top of that, since we wanted to take leverage of adaptive planning capabilities, we opted for one of its most famous planning library, which is PlanSys2. It exploits the feature that comes with PDDL 2.1, which is an enhancement of what my...
Sorry, could you please share your screen? Online, I'm online.
Pantalla completa.
I don't share.
La presentación.
All the whole presentation.
Visión grande. Sí, sí, la tenía compartida.
Is it good?
That's it, perfect, thank you.
Do I have to restart? No? Do I have to restart? No. Okay, okay. So as I was saying, we opted, since we wanted to take leverage of planning capability, we opted for PlanSys2, which is a planning library for ROS2 that exploits the features of the PDDL 2.1 standard. So on top of what you just saw in the previous presentation, we consider also the temporal aspects and function values, which basically means that actions are not considered to be instantaneous, but they have a duration, they have effects at start and at the end. And the higher level autonomous deliberation is mostly where we work, because we proposes decomposition of the typical BDI reasoning flow, which you might be familiar with. It basically consists of way to reason about your high-level perception of the environment, called belief set, and to perform a means-end reasoning that allows you to decide which is the next intention to perform in order to fulfill your desires. In this slide, we have an image of the proposed architecture with all the ROS2 nodes involved in it and the channel of communication, which are basically ROS2 services and topics. The architecture supports the development of ROS2 BDI agents showing autonomous behavior with these planning capabilities. The rescheduling process takes in consideration the desire with respect to their priorities. The rescheduling mechanism is also deadline aware, and it can support two modes. The default one is non-preemptive, but there is a preemptive one which can be selected in order to preempt running plans if higher priority desires comes in. And since our target was to build multi-agent systems and to target them, we developed from the start also some basic interaction capabilities. As you might see from the picture, there are mainly three group of nodes, the ones that come with PlanSys 2, that supports both the planning and a little bit also the execution of the plan. We have then core nodes that basically is what we developed in order to decompose the BDI reasoning in substantially a set of callbacks. There are callbacks that take care of this mirroring of the high-level perception of the environment from the belief set to the PDDL problem, which is encoded and dynamically developed at runtime. We have then the plan director scheduler that takes upon the means and reasoning process, taking in consideration, as I said before, priorities, deadline, rescheduling policies. And on the top, the two nodes are the other two core nodes are the event listener, which basically enforce the belief revision function and the option generation function of the BDI reasoning, meaning that if some user-specified condition apply, it pushes or deletes some desire or belief from their respective sets. And then for the communication part and the interaction, we have a core nodes that handle the incoming request from other ROS2 BDI agents, which basically can ask for both facts checks and task delegation. In the bottom, we have the agent-specific nodes for which we provide abstract classes in order to facilitate and guide the user in their development. Of course, they cannot be a fixed node as in the case of the core ones because they vary from situations. The sensor nodes are the ones that basically retrieve relevant information from the environment and are used to update this high-level perception of it that the agent has, while actions trigger and support some sort of word evolution, and they should map the action that are specified in the domain, which is attached to the agent at the start, and it is static for all its runtime. So if the agent can move, pick up, and put down object, I should have, like the user should develop this free action starting from the and extending the classes provided. Basically, the classes hide some complexities related to the interaction with PlanSys 2, which, as I said before, supports also the execution of the computer plans. And on top of that, we added the communication API. In this case, they're used to send requests, while before, for the multi-agent request handler, it was to handle the incoming one from other agents. Finally, there is, we provided a deployment toolkit to facilitate the bring up of the agent, hiding complexities related to the bring up of PlanSys 2, the core nodes, and having a sort of really elegant and clean launch description, because one of the points of using BDI and adding a new level of abstraction is the one that it allows for a higher level of expressiveness, intuitiveness if you want, and facilitate the design. So at the start, what we need to do is specify in this launch description, using the deployment toolkit provided, at least the domain file where there are actions defined in it. And so all those actions must be implemented with the provided abstract classes. There the user can add as many sensors as needed, and there are some parameters to customize the agent's core behavior. Like I said before, there are, for example, two rescheduling modes, the preemptive and non-preemptive one, and you specify these in this optional file or parameters at the start, like also the event listener enforce rules, or the one from the multi-agent request handler, which decide whether to accept and respond to another agent request or reject it. They are all specified in these optional files. As you might have imagined, we have stressed and start to test in some use case scenarios the architecture. Here there are some takes from one of them, in which basically we have 4 agents, a gripper, that it is the yellow one on the left, and some carriers. The carriers just move back and forth from a deposit area to a loading one. The gripper can pick up, put down, move boxes, and also it has an action to call the carrier to come to the loading area. Of course, they are all boosted with some sensor to have a sufficient grasp of the current world situation. And there is a way, always in the optional parameters at the start, to provide static information as part of the belief set. But there is no need to have sensor for them because, again, they are static. They are static information, so they are not going to change at runtime. In the first picture, the gripper is provided with the desire to sort all the boxes that are on the stacks in the proper carrier, because of course each carrier is assigned to a loading deposit area. It computes and enforces the plan to do so, and in order to do that, it shows this kind of basic interaction capabilities, because it calls the carriers, it pushes to them a desire, and they react in the same way, basically. In the second and fourth picture, we have some sort of high-level detection reaction mechanism, because in the middle one, the gripper is loading the last box on top of the carrier, on top of the red boxes carrier, let's call it, and it knows it is fully loaded, and it knows that the last loading has been fully completed, so it pushes to itself the desire to go and load the boxes. In the fourth one, which we can see partially because of Zoom users, but basically what happens is that the blue box carrier doesn't care about the gripper, and it just goes away after the first box loading. And so the gripper had computed a plan where it thought that the carrier would stay there, but since it is not, the plan execution fails, and there is this sort of unexpected event. But the high-level perception of the environment allows the gripper to recompute a new plan, which in this case is trivial, of course, because it just adds a new action to call the carrier back, but the system can handle, of course, more complicated scenarios. As I said, we are still working on the project, starting from the spotted limitation, which in our opinion were the following, starting from the most important one, which is a lack of computational awareness and a sufficient degree of real-time compliancy, which can be important in many robotic applications. And in order to tackle it, we have started exploring both real-time possibility that comes with operative system and out of the box with ROS 2, but also we are currently working on integrating some sort of online planning, accustoming a PDL 2.1 plan to our needs, meaning that execution and plans happens almost in parallel. There are a tight bond between the two, and as soon as you have also a suboptimal sub-plan, you start executing. The other limitation is the fact that communication capabilities are still pretty basics, and we're working with an external collaborator from the University of Hamburg to introduce communication and coordination protocols, FIPA compliance. Last but not least, as you might have noticed, we rely a lot on the planning system, and it might be the case that you plan several times for the same situation, so we are starting to store plan and dynamically build a plan library and find a way to use it in the fastest way possible, because unfortunately one of the problems that it is related also to the first point of planning, it is that sometimes in real world it is time consuming and resource consuming. So that's where we start digging into future works. Before leaving the floor to any question you might have, recap a little bit what I just presented. me and my team, we have worked on a distributed BDI-based architecture in order to empower robotic systems with autonomous behavior, high level of expressivity, if you want, in the design and the explainability at runtime, and boosted it with adaptive planning so that the agent can use its high-level perception of the environment, its known set of skills that it can apply, and build plan to actually fulfill their goals. We have provided development and deployment toolkit that allows for agents customization with respect to the domain. That's it from my side. Hope you found it interesting. As I said, it is like the first milestone which I reached with my master thesis last year, but I'm currently still working on it with them. Let's hope that there are other possibilities to share future progress of this project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the talk and interesting initiative. I would say that 20 years ago, we were trying to connect with the robotic community, and that was very difficult, and this is still very difficult. 10 years ago, I've been recommended by robotic people to use ROS, and I was really hesitating because it was very dedicated to roboticians, a little bit forgetting about AI people. And so I'm not really following this work for the last 10 years, but I can see this as very novel, at least to my eyes. My question is a bit political, I would say. Did you have a chance to present your work to the robotic community? And what are the reactions?
I mean, up to now, no, but we worked in collaboration with the main contributors of PlanSys 2, and they are like at most ROSCON. So up to now, they said, okay, it is promising, and they've always been shown to be open to collaborate with us to carry this forward. As a matter of fact, like my supervisor is collaborating with them because PlanSys 2 kind of causes crashes to me sometimes, and I don't know why. But up to now, they said like, but it is like still very low because it's not that I open up to the robotics community, even if this is an open source project and many reached out. But the only one that I talked with were the main contributors of PlanSys 2, and they seem like happy about it.
Okay. So I really encourage you to try to publish to the robotic community and to see and to push, meaning if you show them some real practical applications, okay, PAAMS is about this, so you should really dedicate some of your work on practical applications. But really, if you have a nice application to show them, maybe there is a chance.
Yeah, well, if you are interested in this to this conference, we have submitted, and I'm going to talk about a specific demonstration scenario, which is like there are different runs of the ones that you've seen before, but I go more into detail, and it is in the demo track, so I don't think there is talk there, but we have like the possibility to go more into in the details. And currently, like the one that it is working on the communication, it's doing an internship with Airbus, and it is building an actual application that solves a real problem in the airport, and it is basically extending this. So hopefully this will get me the chance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to check a pragmatic detail. Does your BDI cycle fit in the time of the ROS cycle, always at the moment? Because I think that is one of, you were saying that planning takes a lot of time and resources. And if that takes more time than the Ross cycle allows, then you somehow have to give results to the Ross cycle before you're finished. And the same holds for the BDI. So the time, the moment it becomes more complex, you don't have the time to get results before Ross expects anything.
Yeah, as far as I tried, of course, I tried in a lot of simulated scenarios where like planning takes time, but still not that much. So, but probably if you push it that hard, there might be some problems. The way I tried to also decompose the BDI is to like have the follow the main patterns of development for ROS2, so decompose it as most as possible, so that like little pieces of the reasoning are done as soon as they receive the information from topics they are subscribed to, and they publish to the next one for like other listener. So developing things in this way probably breaks a little bit because let's say it's my revision of the BDI reasoning flow, and it's not really a linear because there are like all these processes that are running on their own and communicates with other via these topics channels. And therefore, even if planning takes a little bit too much time, still like the system goes on, but it's the actual problem for us, it's the fact that the robot is unresponsive, and there can be scenarios in which you cannot be unresponsive for even a second. I don't know if that's answering your question.
Yeah, that's answering.
Okay.
Okay, time for the last question, please. Okay.
Have you considered the... Thank you. Have you considered the rules to in the BDI loop about self-checking and safety issues of the states of the robots interacting between each other, eventually with humans in the future? So is it possible to implement those checking rules?
Yeah, you mean about making sure that I'm actually in the state that okay. That's one of the problems that we have with PLANSYS 2, because it assumed optimistically that when an action is executed, if I want to move from A to B, then at the end, if move is successful, I am in B. But it's not true in real case application. So that's what we are trying to modify from PLANSYS 2. And that's also why like it's even a major problem when you introduced online planning. And so we are trying to find a way, because at the moment, I'm just assuming that the user will provide sufficient sensor to tackle this situation, because like in the demo that I showed before, what happens in the first picture is the fact that the sensor tells the gripper, look, the carrier of blue boxes is not there anymore, so the action fails. But if I haven't developed that sensor, that state like would be considered still like valid, and the plan would go on. I mean, on one end, I think that you still need to demand something to the user, because these are things that are more or less domain specific. On the other, like we would like to effectively check during, but especially at the end of the action, that we are in the state that we plan to be.
Okay. One online question. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The following presentation is multi-agent pickup and delivery for capacitated agents.
Hello everyone, I'm Evren Çildan from Middle East Technical University, and I'm very happy to be here to share my presentation in this great conference. It's named Multi-Agent Pickup and Delivery for Capacitated Agents. Here is the outline of of my talk, I will talk about automated warehouses and a problem originating from this domain called multi-agent pickup and delivery. There is a recent trend in automated warehouses for capacitated robots, so there are few studies on this problem. And in this work, I have devised two algorithms named token passing with multiple task assignments and token passing with multiple capacities. And I will show the experimental results on those algorithms, and I will end up with conclusions and future work. A recent trend in logistics is automated warehouses. Here we are watching the Amazon robots carrying shelves, a single shelf at each time, to deliver some goods to some designated points. And as we see here, items are not carried manually by forklifts anymore, and robots are operating autonomously and planning their path while avoiding collisions with other robots and shells in the environment. Researchers have been working on this problem in the last decade. They first worked on the problem as a lifelong version of multi-agent pathfinding. The problem is shown in the slide. Given a starting point for each agent, we assign a destination, and we require them to determine collision-free paths and while minimizing the sum of paths of all agents. There have been many solutions proposed for this problem. It's a very well-studied problem in computer science. There have been many different solutions, for example, based on graph-based search, and rule-based approaches were used, and declarative approaches like answer set programming were used. And I will focus on the graph-based search approach in this study. They have used A-star and conflict-based search algorithms for pathfinding mainly. But there are some characteristics unique to the automated warehouse domain, which makes multi-agent pathfinding not a perfect fit for this problem. New tasks can enter the system at any time, and the task definition is slightly different. They have to plan, robots have to plan for navigating to the start point and the delivery point. There are 2 points for each task. And in year 2017, Ma and his colleagues defined MAPD, multi-agent pickup and delivery, as a new problem of research in this area. There are 2 interdependent aspects of the problem. One is the task assignment, and the other is finding collision-free paths. Both problems are NP hard, and there are some constraints for finding the paths. No 2 agents can be at the same location at the same time, and agents cannot switch locations at any time. Here is a sample domain for multi-agent pickup and delivery. It's called Small Simulated Warehouse, and it's used as a benchmark for comparing algorithms on this topic. As you see, there are some agents represented by colored circles on the screen. There are 50 agents in this example. And there are some obstacles represented by the black cells, and there are gray cells representing the pickup and delivery points for possible shelf locations. And the task of a robot is to pick up an item and deliver it to another location. And they can perform 4 kinds of actions: navigation, or they can stay still at any time. And characteristic to this domain, there are narrow pathways because much of the space is used by the shelves in automated warehouses. So collisions are not rare in this problem. have been many algorithms proposed for this problem. I will just summarize the ones that are most relevant to this study. One is the first algorithm called token passing for this problem. It's a potentially decentralized solution based on the idea of token passing from distributed systems. And the token is a data structure that stores the current paths of all agents. And agents take over the token at each time in turn, or they say, to calculate their paths using the A* algorithm. And their goal is to, overall goal is to utilize a function to minimize the make span of all tasks, which is the time to complete all tasks. It's a complete, efficient, yet suboptimal algorithm. And a recent study is regret-based marginal cost assignment, RMCA for short. Different from other past work on this area, it integrates task assignment and path planning while optimizing for the total task delivery of these agents. It uses prioritized planning with A* as the path planner, and actual costs of task deliveries are considered instead of the lower bound estimates. And it applies local search techniques with anytime improvement strategies, and they reported better make span than token passing, but also they reported some completeness issues. And a recent trend in automated warehouses is cartoon picking robots, as you see on the slides. They are carrying not only one item, they pick up some cartoons from the shelves. They can carry up to 8 items in this. So there is a need for extending the problem for capacitated agents, so that agents can carry multiple items. We can assume for simplicity that they are homogeneous agents, so the maximum number of items that they can carry are the same. And the idea is they can pick up and deliver items on their way while delivering some other item. So there are few studies on this topic. The main focus of RMCA was not capacitated agents, but as a future work, they tested this for capacitated agents, this method for capacitated agents as well, and they reported a valuable decrease in make span. And in a recent study, Tajalipir Bazari and his colleagues used a declarative approach called answer set programming and devised an optimal solution for this problem, and they are the name father of this capacitated variant of the problem as MapD with capacities, MapDC for short. Here is a formal definition for MapDC. We have a set of agents with capacity n, number of maximum items that an agent can carry, and an agent is called under capacity when number of tasks that it is currently executing is less than n. So the number that the agent is actually carrying on is considered here. And we can model the environment as an undirected connected graph, where the vertices are the set of locations in the environment, and the edges are the connection, the locations, they are neighborhood, the connecting locations. And the tasks are part of this problem as well. There is a set of tasks still waiting to be executed, and each task is a tuple consisting of pickup location and a delivery location. And our aim is to find that path between them. So the extension is these two lines. In this study, we have developed two algorithms based on token passing algorithm, where token is a data structure that holds a list of tasks to execute and path information for each agent. And this information is shared among all agents, and they take over it in turn. You can visualize the path table as shown in the figure. So for every agent, we know the location, we plan the location of the agent for each time step. Our aim is to fill that table for planning. The two algorithms are token passing with multiple task assignments, TPMT and TPMC. In the first version, here when an agent takes over the token, it tries to fulfill its capacity n. If there are not, the waiting tasks are more than its capacity, it can take on n tasks, and it plans the path for all of them and updates the token and hands over the token to other agents. And in the second algorithm, if when the agent takes over the token, it looks its capacity. If it's under capacity, it takes on a new task from the task list and plans to the nearest point to visit and updates and hands over the token. Second one seems to be simpler. Here, let's get into the details of the algorithm. The token passing with multiple task assignments. Here the task selection is by looking at the nearest start points of the tasks. The agent takes on n tasks with the nearest start points, and as a sub-problem, the agent needs to order the list of 2 times n points for each start and delivery points, and it devises the visiting order of the points by a version of TSP, traveling salesperson problem, and it finds the shortest path visiting all nodes, and here it finds the path on a weighted directed graph, which is complete because there is a path between any two endpoints in a well-formed instance of MapD. Except the links from goals to the start points because of the constraint that a pickup location must be visited before the delivery location. And we use the nearest neighbor approach and, for a suboptimal solution. And agents plan its path for the ordered set of points with the A-star algorithm. So it plans for n tasks. When we move on to the second algorithm, each time they take a token, agents plan a portion of their overall route. So every agent keeps a list of points to visit, V, let's call it. If the agent holding the token is under capacity, it selects the task with the closest start point to execute, and it adds start and delivery locations to the set of lists to visit. And the agent chooses a point from V that is closest to its current location and plans a path using A-star algorithm. We have performed various number of experiments with different parameters, with different numbers of agents, tasks, task frequencies, and capacities. Task frequency is the number of tasks that is introduced at each time step. And we measured the make span, service time, and runtime of these algorithms. Let's analyze the first one. Here is the capacity versus make span for TPMT and TPMC algorithms. As the capacity increases, TPMC results in a gradual decrease in the make span, but TPMT does not perform that much. It fails to utilize the capacity of agents. As we move move on to the throughput analysis for this 100 tasks and 2 agents case. The throughput is measured as the number of tasks completed within a 100 time step window. And here are the graphs for the throughputs for different algorithms. X-axis is the time steps and y-axis is the number of completed tasks. And the blue lines show the original algorithm and the capacity. With different capacities, we see different colors of lines. When the capacity is 5, the red lines show the throughput of the capacity for 5 capacity of agent. And this, as we see on the graph, the throughput for the TPMC is better for capacity 5 case, and we can see that this TPMC algorithm utilizes this capacity increase with respect to the TPMC algorithm. And we can make a comparison with RMCA as well. They have performed some experiments on the small simulated warehouse and with different capacities and a different number of agents. Where there were 5,000 tasks and 500 tasks and task frequency was 10. The results are as shown on the table. And RMCA performs better than TPMC, but let's not forget that it assigns tasks by considering some actual costs, and it employs some anytime improvement strategies as well. And what is important to notice is that RMCA is designed to optimize for total task delay, but it enhances make span as well. And even it performs better than TPMC, it has some completeness issues because of that. Unlike RMCA, TPMC is based on a complete algorithm, and it guarantees completeness for well-formed MAPD instances. Let's go on to the conclusions. I introduced MAPD as a recent problem that originates from automated warehouses. Capacitating agents is a way for increasing the throughput of the system, and MAPD with capacities is an underexplored area of research. And as I said earlier, TPMC algorithm better utilizes the capacitated agents than TPMT because it makes better task assignments than TPMT. TPMC allows an undercapacity agent to select the task with the nearest start point just after visiting a pickup or delivery location. So task assignment aspect of the problem seems to be promising for enhancing the effectiveness of automated warehouse systems, because for path planning it's using A-star algorithm, which is a very effective algorithm and optimal algorithm. So we can investigate better task assignment strategies for capacitated agents in the future. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Okay, sorry.
Just a technical one. Your main objective is to decrease the max span to make sure that the last task is performed as soon as possible. Do you think you reach the same conclusion if you change your main objective and consider flow time, the total cost of the path, and is it meaningful to use max span for your practical application?
It is meaningful for the practical application because we try to deliver the tasks as soon as possible. We try to we try to deliver the list of the tasks as soon as possible. But if we consider a single task, the performance for a single task, this algorithm does not perform the best because it delays the delivery of a task for visiting to a starting point of another task, for example.
More questions? Maybe some online question. No? Okay, so thank you very much. And now we're still waiting if there is someone for the fourth presentation.
Hi, I am going to show the next presentation in online. Okay?
This is a very interesting conference. I had a very serious last-minute problems with my family, and the organizer have been so kind to give me the opportunity to record my presentation and share with you. Today I'm going to talk about multi-agents routing optimization for underwater monitoring, and I would like to thank the other authors of this work, Emiliano Traversi, Igor Zirin, Ali Al-Marzuki, Abdullah Al-Mansouri, Ahmed Al-Ketbi. And all of us, we are working at the Technology Innovation Institute, which is a new, very fast-growing applied research institute based in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. And in particular, we are all part of the Autonomous and Robotics Research Center, where I am a principal scientist. First, we will give an introduction of the problem, which are the related works, the problem formulation, mathematical model, basic data methodology, the experimental results, and then finally some conclusion. As you know, the ocean is covering about the 70% of the Earth's surface. And when we talk about exploration of the underwater environment, the main challenges are high hydrostatic pressure, turbidity, poor light, limited availability of technologies reliable underwater, energy consumption, and a limited battery life. So essentially, because of all this challenging, in fact, the use of a fleet of many underwater autonomous vehicles is more convenient than the use of a single robot with a limited battery life and the limited capabilities to explore very wide areas. So the goal of this paper is exactly to determine the best path to be assigned to each robot of a big underwater fleet of robots that is used to monitor an extended area underwater and or for monitoring purpose of existing infrastructure. So in fact, this is an optimization problem within the class of vehicle routing problems. And the basic assumption is that we know a priori a coarse-grained map of the underwater environment. Actually, this is a very reasonable hypothesis, and it's also very realistic because nowadays satellites can provide measurements of the abundance and the type of the features that we have underwater, like abundance of rocks, of grass, of corals. And in fact, we really receive this data from the local authority. Based on this assumption, we provide an exact method for finding both the optimal routing for the fleet of drones and also which is the best position to deploy our underwater robots on the open sea. The motivation of this project, in fact, is within a very big project funded by the Technology Innovation Institute, which is called the Heterogeneous Swarm of Underwater Autonomous Vehicles, which is developed in partnership with Khalifa University. At the end of this project, we will have a set of 20 artificial fishes that will be used to monitor the underwater environment and to expect existing submerged facilities like those from the oil and gas industry. Here you can see the first 3 prototypes of this larger set of vehicles. As we said, this work, in fact, is very much related to vehicle routing problem, which is a very well-known combinatorial optimization problems that aims at finding the optimal set of routes for a fleet of vehicles. So the literature of exact and heuristic algorithms for the vehicle routing problem and its variants is very vast, both in terms of applications and methodologies. The coverage path planning, on the other side, is a very well-established task in robotics, where many approaches have been proposed. The extension to a multi-robot system is a very active field of research with field applications. To the best of our knowledge, none of the mentioned works provide simultaneously the optimal routing for each element of the fleet, including also the choice of the starting point where to deploy from an operative vessel the robots on the sea. So here we have a sketch of the problem formulation. So our input data derive from satellite imagery, where the bathymetry map with soil and vegetation description is provided, in our case, by the Abu Dhabi Environmental Authority. Our map distinguishes three features out of the sand, so in particular grass, coral, and rock. The operator, the human operator, is selecting the area of interest, and then a centralized controller calculates the deployment point where a ship has to go in the open sea in order to deploy our vehicles. And then the centralized controller is also calculating which is the optimal path for each robot in order to maximize the coverage of one or more specific features to be monitored. The controller assigns to each robot the proper path, the proper trajectory, and this low-resolution map coming from the satellite. An ultra-short baseline system allows the localization of these underwater robots, and finally, these robots can move to explore the features, taking pictures of the underwater environment and videos. When they will come back to the sea surface, then they will transmit these videos and pictures to a base station, to a wireless connection, or it can be brought into the ship and then physically connected on the base station in order to download all the data. So we can summarize the problem formulation for us like our contribution in this way. So this project aims at formulating a team-orienting problem applied to an underwater multi-robot system that would efficiently allow underwater exploration. Many variants of the problems are present in literature. However, this is the first exact algorithm that includes also the choice of the starting point, the deployment point as part of the decision process. The provided routes must satisfy a limit in terms of autonomy of each vehicle, which is very much realistic. So, for instance, in our case, the limit is 2 hours. And moreover, the speed of the vehicles is assumed to be constant and equal for all the vehicles. Finally, being the focus of the exploration of the sea bottom, the space is considered two-dimensional, which is very realistic, again, in the underwater environment. In order to solve this problem, a new exact mathematical model has been developed and described in the next section. So, which are the decision variables of our problem? So, first of all, the space is divided in a grid of squares, and each square represents a node. In this way, we can build up a graph, which is used to represent the seabed. And to each node is associated a given quantity P, which represents the abundance of a certain features on that node. Then we have other variables that allow to understand if the certain vehicle is moving from node I to node J in this optimal path configuration. And then another variable which is determining if a certain node is the starting point. And then another variable which is essentially counting if the node has been visited at least once. And finally, another variable is the arrival time of the node. Which are the parameters of this problem? Of course, in the graph, we have to define a set of nodes, so n nodes. Then a set of areas, NA, a set of features, F, a set of drones that is usually between 1 and 10 in this work, and then the number of arcs connecting each node I to the nodes J, then the quantity of the features associated to each node, the length of the arc, and then the maximum distance associated to each AUV. Here we can see the mathematical model consisting of many, at the end it's an optimization problem with many constraints. So the constraint 1 is allows essentially to count one node I as visited only if at least one of the arcs entering is equal to 1. Then the constraint 2 imposes that one and only one node can be used as a base station. The constraint 3 and 4 ensure that the root of each AUVs start and end at the node selected as a base station. Constraint 5 imposes that if an AUV visits node I, must also leave it. Then constraint 6 imposes a limit on the maximum distance that each AUV can travel. Constraint 7 imposes the correct order of the nodes visited by the vehicle K and avoids the generation of sub-contours. Constraint 8 sets to 0 the variable t associated to the base station, and then constraint 9 sets to 0 all the variable t associated to the nodes that are not visited by any vehicle. Moreover, in the case, we develop a case with a single feature objective function. So in this case, we have NF features, and to each features F, we associate a set of profits, PIF. To obtain a model able to find the set of paths that allow to obtain the maximum collected quantity of a given feature F, we use the following objective function used to sum up the profits of the features F associated to each node. In the case of multiple features objective function, we are also interested in finding solution that allows to obtain a good mix of all these features considered. We propose a max-min approach that maximizes the minimum amount of the gathered quantities of the NF features. So specifically here, the constraint 12 allows to the non-negative variable beta to be equal to the minimum quantity gathered among all the considered features. To better investigate the different solutions, we also consider situations where we use the following generalization of constraints, giving a weight to the different contributions that we want. So, for instance, we want to give a higher weight to the detection of corals compared to the weight that we give to the detection of rocks, because maybe we can be more interested to corals than to rocks. These are the basic data. So here you can see exactly the bathymetry map that we obtained by the Abu Dhabi Environmental Authority. And in fact, this map consists of 54 different features of both marine and terrestrial habitats. These 54 features are grouped in 3 main groups. So the relevant features, relevant for us, which we will distinguish in rock, coral, and grass, and then other seabed features that we are not interested in, and mainland. We will focus on the 12 snapshots with size 16 by 9 kilometers, providing an interesting combination, of the 3 basic features considered. Here you can see the 12 squares identified because they are more interesting because there is a good mix of the mentioned features. Then, once we have this map, essentially we want to divide the map in a grid, okay? And so we have some square grids, the high granularity, which is corresponding to squares of 200 by 200 meters, and then the low granularity corresponding to squares of 1000 by 1000 meters. We show an example of how a snapshot is pre-processed according to the chosen granularity. In both the figures, each square is filled with colors. So the light blue represents the seabed, the dark green the seagrass, the light green the rock, the red is coral, and finally peach is the mainland. The height of each color inside each square is proportional to the percentage of abundance of that features in that square. So now we can start with the experimental results. So what we did as our experiments. So we used the 12 snapshot with the low granularity, and we considered a fleet of 3 AUVs and 4 kilometers of autonomy. So essentially we measure the autonomy in terms of maximum distance. Then we impose a time limit to the solver of 2 hours. We computed the best solution according to the following objective. So the first one is to maximize the amount of rocks. A second alternative objective is to maximize the amount of coral. A third kind of objective is to maximize the amount of grass. But sometimes we can also be interested to have a good detection of all the 3 features, at least as a minimum quantity. So we added 2 more maximization function. So we want to find the minimum, the maximum of the minimum among the 3 features, and then we want to find the maximum of the minimum among the amount of normalized quantity of each feature divided by the total availability of each feature. So this MMN normalized. The final output of our program is essentially this set of routes for each vehicle. So you can see that, for instance, in the first plot, this is the deployment point identified by our solver. And then here we have 4 vehicles. So the red represents the path covered by first vehicle, the green is the path covered by the second vehicle, and then the orange the third, and blue the 4th vehicle. And so here you can see 4 kinds of different solutions. And in fact, we can also distinguish different kinds of methodology, because in the first 3 plots, in fact, each AUV can only move to the 4 neighbors of each square, while in the last solution, so we can see that in fact each vehicle can move not only top, down, left and right, but also on the diagonal. So of course we can impose a different constraint also to the routes. Here a table with some summary. So in this case we can see for each kind of optimization, okay, the amount of collected features. So here, essentially, in the first line, we can see that we were willing to maximize the amount of detected rock, and in fact, the percentage of rock detected is very high, but still we can detect also corals, even if in a very small quantity, less than 1, and a certain amount of grass. Similarly, for instance, in the third line, we can see that we were willing to maximize the detection of grass, and in fact, the maximum features detected is this one, but the is the grass 4, but still we can detect also rocks and corals. Here we can see the example of the minimum among the 3 features. So in this case, we can see that we can detect a reasonable quantity of each feature, so rocks, corals, and grass, even if, of course, no one of the 3 is reaching the maximum obtained in the exploration, which was oriented to maximize a specific features. And in this case, we normalize again this, this minimum by the percentage, the abundance of each quantity. What is very interesting is also the second table, where we essentially measure the relative distance of the starting position. So what does it mean? Essentially, our algorithm is giving as an output which is the best deployment point in order to maximize the monitoring of a certain feature. So imagine that we want to maximize the detection of the rock. This is the first line of the second column. So, of course, in this case, what we can observe is that the distance between the deployment of the vehicles in the case of maximization of rocks compared to the deployment point in the case of maximization of corals is of 7 kilometers. So essentially this means that the deployment point is playing a crucial role if you want to maximize the exploration of specific features. Because if you want to maximize rocks, it's better to deploy in a certain position, but if you want to maximize the monitoring of corals, it's better to deploy our vehicles 7 kilometers away from that point. So essentially, this is giving this table an idea of the big role of the starting position when we want to maximize a specific features or a combination of the 3. Finally, here we have another table where we want to study the impact of the fleet characteristics. So in order to assess the impact of the number of AUVs and their autonomy, we need a more accurate description of the environment. And for this reason, to perform this analysis, we used a snapshot with high granularity. To obtain more realistic information, we run different combinations of number of AUVs, so specifically 3, 5, and 10, and different combinations of autonomy. So again, measured in terms of distance, maximum distance. So 200 meters, 300 meters, and 500 meters. So in this case, we can see that the amounts of rocks gathered, of course, is increasing the number of vehicles, as we can expect. And also, of course, the amount is increasing the autonomy of the single vehicles. So essentially, we want to, in order to improve the exploration, is better to improve the autonomy of the vehicles and also increase the number of vehicles. But somehow we can see that essentially the autonomy is playing a role more important than the number of vehicles. Then here we are exploring a multi-objective analysis by the Pareto frontiers. So in this case, we focus on the study of the Pareto frontiers on instances with low granularity, changing the weight associated to each feature. So essentially, each point of each plot is representing a different combinations of the famous weights alpha that we have seen initially, where we give a different importance to the different features. So here we can study the role of the Pareto frontiers considering pairs of features. So in the first plot is rocks versus coral, in the second plot rocks versus grass, and in the third plot is coral versus grass. So in the first two plots, what we can observe is that if we look for a solution with mixed quantities of rock and coral here, it is likely to obtain a solution with significantly fewer quantities of both features. So it means that we either maximize the rocks monitoring or we maximize the coral monitoring. And very similarly, we can observe the same in grass. We either maximize the detection of grass or we maximize the detection of rocks. But if we consider the last plot, where we have grass versus coral, we can see that in fact it's possible to have some missions where we have a reasonable detection of both grass and corals. Essentially, this can be explained considering that most probably grass and corals belong to the same biome. So again, this is giving some recommendation for operative people where essentially it's better to design missions oriented only to rock and then other missions oriented to the detection of coral and grass. And it's better not to mix the two missions. But if you want to detect the grass, it's also reasonable to detect at the same time corals because they have a certain correlation of abundance in the space. And so because they belong to the same biome. Some conclusions. So in this work, we provided a tool that can be used for a real underwater monitoring, changing the input parameters based on the specific missions. This is a case that can be applied exactly in front of our institute on the Abu Dhabi coast. And this is essentially the data are given by the Abu Dhabi Environmental Authority. Compared to the use of a single vehicle, a fleet is cheaper, is more flexible, is more scalable, is more robust, and also has an improved perception because, of course, a fleet of vehicles can cover a much larger areas than a single vehicle. This is why we want to study how can we optimize the routes of a fleet of vehicles in order to perform the best exploration mission, considering all the constraints that in the real life are present, like the battery life or the number of vehicles or the speed. Okay. So the larger fleet can collect more relevant information as well as a longer battery life increases the area covered of the fleet. This is what is emerging by our analysis. Then we also observed that an increase of the fleet size is useful only if also the autonomy is increased, because in fact this is playing a crucial role. The Pareto frontiers also have been analyzed, providing some useful information for the mission decision plan. In the next future, we plan to improve our model, introducing a more detailed environment, so in particular introducing sea currents, but also we want to include communications which play a crucial role in the collaboration among vehicles underwater. in order to guarantee the connection among all the members of the team. And of course, in the near future, we want to prove our algorithm implementing on the real set of artificial fishes that we are developing in our project, applying this methodology on the Abu Dhabi coast. Thank you so much.
Finish the presentation.
So we finalize here.
The speaker was unable to attend the Congress, so there will be no question in this session.
Now we can start. Welcome to this second session of PAAMS, which is entitled Cooperative Multi-Agent System. So we have 5 presentations this afternoon. I think that 3 of them will be a long presentation, and 2 of them will be long presentation, and 3 will be short one. We will start with Ahmed.
Yes.
And Ahmed is, as you can see, is coming from US,
yes,
Purdue University, and he will introduce the first paper.
Yes.
And it's up to you now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Moore, for the introduction. I'm Ahmad Ismaili, and I'm here, happy to be here in person to present our work. I'm presenting our work titled Hierarchical Collaborative Hyperparameter the Tuning using the multi-agent systems. A joint work with Zara Goretti and Eric Matson. All of us are from M2M Lab at Purdue University. I have divided this talk into 4 main sections: the introduction, the preliminaries of the topic, the problem, and our proposed methodology to solve the problem, and finally presenting the result of the experiments that we did on the problem, and finally the conclusion and some suggestions for the future work. So skipping all of the introduction about the agents and multi-agent systems, and regardless of what definition we consider for multi-agent systems, they all share these general advantages, which are like the decentralized control, robustness, the extendability, scalability, easy sharing of the resources, etc. And ever since its introduction, formal introduction in 1980s and 1990s, it has been successfully used in large-scale problems. And here in this talk, we will see how we have used it in machine learning the problems. So when we are trying to integrate machine learning and multi-agent systems, there are generally 2 ways that we can integrate them, and the relationship is kind of the 2 ways. In the first way, the machine learning can be used in order to improve and optimize the decision-making processes of the single agents or the group of the agents, and generally it is referred as the multi-agent learning. And the second way is that we use the multi-agent systems in order to implement and develop some distributed machine learning platforms. And by using that, we can easily use strategic, for example, the methodologies for learning of the agents. We can collaborate, for example, the experience of the agents for the problem can be easily shared with each other in order to optimize the final result. If the resources are geographically or even locally distributed, they can be easily accessible and distributedly processed, and there are so many use cases for that. In this talk, we just concentrate on the last way of integrating, like we use multi-agent systems for machine learning. The machine learning is a very, very broad area of research. So the problem that we are concentrating is hyperparameter tuning. So almost all of the machine learning algorithms, they have hyperparameters, and those are the parameters that we usually use in order to guide and direct the way that the algorithms try to learn. For example, in artificial neural network, the number of the layers, for example, the learning rates, all of them are the parameters that the designers need to specify a good amount for them in order to get a good performance and effective results. And the other, as I said, in almost all of them, we have hyperparameters, and tuning those hyperparameters are very critical and is one of the very important stages in making machine learning the solutions. By default, they might be, for example, set to some default values that works for most of the cases, but because the learning process depends on the data set that they are working on, so these, there is no one solution that fits all of the problems. So for each problem or for each data set, we actually need to choose the proper hyperparameters. So here, we will see how we have used multi-agent systems to distributedly and collaboratively to tune the hyperparameters in general, not for a specific data set or problem. Formally, if I want to show the definition of the hyperparameter tuning, let's assume that the lambda here is the set of all of the hyperparameters that an algorithm A might have. And we have a data set that is denoted by X over here, which is usually, when we try to tune the hyperparameter, we usually divide them into training set and the validation sets. And in general, the hyperparameter optimization or tuning is defined as follows, that we try to minimize the loss, the expected loss of training that algorithm on that data set. And which is, when in this formula, in general, we talk about the grand truth and ideally, but it is very hard to access the grand truth. So what is done in practice is that they just try to use some ways like cross-validation in order to estimate the generalization error or the expected loss of that algorithm for that particular set of hyperparameters and for that particular data set. So, for hyperparameter tuning, there are plenty of solutions. For example, they are usually categorized in these set of groups. For example, we might have gray search, some variation of the gray search, random search, its variation, the evolutionary population-based methods, etc. And in general, the solutions that are working for black box optimization, they have some usage in hyperparameter tuning because when we want to tune and optimize the hyperparameters of the algorithm, we do not have access to the performance function. So we need to get some estimates of the performances and try to improve the results at different steps. Probably this is one of the, or not the most, but one of the most famous pictures that is in the literature. For example, in the gray search over here, for each dimension of the hyperparameter search space, we just choose some of the values, and we try to evaluate the function or the performance of the algorithm in the product of all of those points that we have chosen for the dimensions. In the random search, instead of just, for example, specifying at what values, we just try to randomly spread the set of the points in the search space and try to evaluate and choose the best one. So how we have addressed this problem, we have used the hierarchical multi-agent systems in which we have the agents that try to tune, or we just address the agents as the tuners. And we have two types of the agents depending on where exactly inside of the hierarchy they're located. The internal agents, they have the job of aggregating results or propagating the feedbacks from the upper levels to the lower levels. And finally, at the terminal level, we have the terminal agents that are concentrating on optimizing or tuning a single hyperparameter. So when we are dealing with the hierarchy of the agents, we have two problems here. First of all, how we are building that hierarchy, and finally, how we are going to use them in order to make the collaboration between the agents. So for building that, we basically try, oh, sorry about the notations over here. I exported from Mac to PowerPoint. So we have, for example, if the algorithm that we are working on with the corresponding set of the hyperparameters is denoted by a lambda, and these are the set of all of the hyperparameters for that algorithm, which is a combination of the objective hyperparameters and the fixed hyperparameters. We just try to concentrate on the objective ones. So the objective ones are the ones that we really try to optimize. For the fixed one, we just assume that those are the hyperparameters that the users try to make them fixed no matter what. For example, if the user wants to train the artificial neural network and he's interested only to fixing the number of the layers to 3 and try to optimize everything else, so that number of the layer parameter will be inside of this set, lambda f. And then starting from this lambda objective, O over here, we try to recursively divide them into C number of the subsets, and the C is the number of the parallel connections that each agent can tolerate or can, for example, deal with and manage. And this recursive division will continue until we reach to the case that there's only one objective hyperparameter that we want to fix. So maybe in the next slide it becomes clear. In this toy example over here, let's assume that I have 5 hyperparameters over here, and I consider C to be 2. So I just start with those 5 and try to break it in 2 parts and assign them to each agent. So the inner agent at this level, the job of that agent will be to try to optimize these 3, or concentrate on optimizing these 3 hyperparameters with the help of the other 2. And that is exactly the opposite for the other agent at this level. And this breaking up of the orange part over here continues until we only have one of them at the terminal level. So the tuning process, after making the hierarchy, we try to work on the collaboration between the agents inside of the hierarchy. We assume that the tuning query that the user specifies, and also the query that is going to be used between different agents while they're interacting with each other or communicating inside of the hierarchy, is denoted by this tuple. We have the algorithm over here, all of the sets that we had. For example, the objective hyperparameters, the complement of the objective hyperparameters, the fixed set of hyperparameters, their values, the data set that we're working on, and the loss function. For example, what performance metric that we're working on. And it is clear that at the very beginning, that lambda hat over here will equal to the set of all of the objective hyperparameters that we have, which is a subset of the lambda. Why it's a subset of the lambda? Because some of them might be fixed hyperparameters that we don't want to change their values. And the lambda hat, which is the complement of lambda hat, is going to be null set, because if I go back to the previous slides over here, the orange box over here is the lambda hat O, and the shaded one, there's nothing for the shaded one, so it is going to be empty. So the 2 steps, building the hierarchy and trying to optimize or run the tuning process inside of the hierarchy, is depicted over here, and I will go into different steps of each algorithm. So in the start, when this algorithm just tries to deal with building the hierarchy, so in the beginning, it tries to check what the number of the objective hyperparameters that is assigned to that agent. So if that is 1, it means that this is a terminal agent, and the terminal agent is going to work on that single parameter. So because at this step we are only working on building the hierarchy, not actually tuning anything, so we just try to prepare the resources for that agent, and the result of that preparation is going to be propagated to its parent. However, if it is not a terminal agent, it is one of the inner agents, so that agent will try to divide the objective hyperparameters that is assigned to it and will ask all of its children to work it on each of the subsets. And this is going to be continued recursively until it reaches the down or the bottom of the tree or that hierarchy. When all of the, for example, the down trend is finished, the result is going to be propagated upwards. So in that step, everything where all of the for example, the result of the resource allocations are going to be aggregated with each other and will pass to the parent of each node until it reaches the root agent, which is the node at the very top, a single node at the very top. When it reaches over there, the root prepares the feedback and will initiate the tuning process. Okay, so at this point, we have successfully built distributedly the hierarchy, and we are just trying to tune it accordingly, start tuning it. So for the tuning process, if that is, if the number of the children is 0, it means that it is at the terminal level. It will actually start the actual tuning. It will inform the result of the tuning to the parent. And if it is one of the inner agents, it will try to collect the results from all of its children and will aggregate them together and pass it to the parent, very to the way that we built the hierarchy. If the parent or the node is not a root node, so it just passed the result, okay? It doesn't do anything complicated over here. However, when it reaches the root will check if the result has been improved or it has already reached a certain criteria. So if that is the case, it will stop and report the results. Otherwise, it will try to initiate the second round of tuning based on the information that it had in the first. So now, how to implement the actual agent-based tuning using this general method or general model? So for doing that, we have implemented a guided randomized agent-based tuning over here. And for building the hierarchy, we do not actually do anything else because it is independent of the algorithm, tuning algorithm that we're working on. So here we just, I just highlight the parts that we only need to specify. The very first part is the running tuning algorithm over here. So the one that we have considered for this one is that for each dimension, the agent will try to divide into different segments, put a random number in each segment, try to evaluate the results, choose the best one, and report it to the parent. For the aggregation, we have just assumed that the aggregation is just a simple basic the union of all of the results that have been collected from the children. And finally, for the feedback, when the root tries to provide the feedback to the children, it just tries to find the best of other, for example, results for each for each hyperparameter. For example, here, let's assume that we have 2 hyperparameters, and the colors represent the agents that they're working on. At the very first, they just start at this gray box over here. For each dimension, it just allocates the points that it's going to work on, and then when it finds the best one that are had with the circle over here, they will just use it for the next round of the tuning process. And we see that over here, it just starts at that position, and the process will be repeated until finally it reaches, it converges to the answer, or an acceptable answer, let's say, or some criteria like the number of the iterations, etc. For the empirical results, we have tested the algorithms for both the function optimization and for machine learning, and these are the common settings. We have set the C to 2 and the budget of the agents to infinite. So, and we have equal number of the random points. We have 100 trials for each one, and 95% of confidence interval is reported for all of the results. For machine learning, we have worked on the supervector machine classification with these 3 hyperparameters. We have set this, the number of iterations to 15, and these are the number of the slots we are trying to test. And for the logistic regression, we have these. So I've just skipped the settings over here to present the results. So for the SVC, as you see over here in the first row here, the green results are the ones that have been found by our method, which the minimum is the better here. So the performance is better, relatively better than the other twos, which are the randomized and Latin hypercube, which are the baseline models and the hyperparameter tuning process. On the right-hand side, you see the way that the last iteration of with the best result. In the logistic regression, we have the similar behavior. The result of the collaborative method has been much better than the others too. For the function optimization, we have chosen 3 functions with 3-dimensional Hartman 3D, Hartman 4D, and Hartman 6D, and these are the results of running them. As we increase the number of the dimensions, like over here we have the 6, the number of the parameters that we want to tune, we see that the difference or the improvement is much better. And finally, over here as a conclusion, we implemented a distributed way of tuning the hyperparameters that is implemented by the multi-agent systems. It is flexible. It can be implemented and deployed on the network of the devices because each agent can be implemented on a single device. And on the experiment that we had, it has a relatively good performance, and for the future work, it can be improved in various ways. Like, for example, the baseline optimization method of each agent can be improved. Its integration with the distributed platform can be studied and analyzed. Sorry that it took so long, so if you have any questions.
Un, deux. Anyone have a question, maybe? First, we start by question inside the room. Okay, I will ask the first question. Thank you very much. Ahmad.
Yes?
Yeah, I think that at some point you're right, that is a crucial problem for the data scientist to find a way to determine the space for the search space or the random search. But basically this is the difference between a good data scientist and a bad data scientist, because he has the expertise to know which parameter he can tune, and not only which parameter he can tune, also which kind of value. And the number of value for each parameter is crucial for the scalability in the search. And did you address this problem?
So I've just assumed that everything is going to be automatic. So this work is something that it falls into the branch or into category of the automated machine learning, in which that we try to reduce the role of the expert knowledge over here. The only knowledge that we need here is that what is the range of the hyperparameters and what are the hyperparameters that we want to tune. So if we assume that, okay, for this, the range of the hyperparameter is usually known for example, if that is a categorical, for example, hyperparameter, so we know that what are the possible values for that hyperparameter. If that is, for example, numerical hyperparameter, we know the range, well, what are the possible values for them. If it is not known, we can just set it in general and let the algorithm to randomly choose the values at that range. And find
the size of the search space will be have a huge impact of...
the size of the search space will depend on the number of the hyperparameters that we are choosing. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask, because you said that you tested it for C equal to 2, and quite obviously it seems that for higher values of C, the structure of the tree would be either broader or deeper. Have you tested any impact of such structures?
Yes, we actually tested that, but the difference was because the problems that we worked over here are not that big problems, maybe because of that we didn't see any difference, and we just chose C to be 2. Maybe for very complicated structures, maybe if we test them on deep learning models, maybe the result or the effect of them be different. But we are still working on it. We just suggested as future work to do like the detailed analysis on the role of each of those parameters, like the C, the diversity of the agents, because the agents over here are autonomous, or each of them can have different tuning process. So if they are diverse in the way that they're searching the hyperspace, so how the performance is going to be. So those are the open questions that can be had.
Yeah, thank you. And then we can do hyper parameter tuning.
Yes, or we can actually reduce the number of the hyperparameters, let's say.
Thank you for your talk. So my question is, what is the impact of the random splitting of the agents? So what is the impact of the different hierarchies you can have because of the random splitting of the hyperparameters? Have you tested it?
The impact of the agents?
The impact of the different hierarchies. So you, if I understood well, you said that when for constructing the hierarchy, you split randomly the hyperparameters. So what is the impact of the different hierarchies? So if, for example, we have 20 hyperparameters, and I use random numbers for splitting, and another time random numbers of splitting to have a second hierarchy, what is the impact of the performance on the agents?
Okay, the way that we actually try to divide them is not random. We just assume that, okay, we have this list of the hyperparameters over there, and we just assume that that is an ordered list, okay? That order can be random, but it is going to be decided at the very beginning. And then we just divide it in half and try to continue that division. So at the very beginning, we determine the order, and then we continue working on that order. So the order, because it is going to be continued until the bottom, where we only have one hyperparameter that the agent is going to work on, it is not going to make any difference on the terminal agents because they're only working on, but the way that they're going to be aggregated on their way up, that might be yes, the way that, for example, if some of the hyperparameters that are very critical, they fall into the same branch of the searching process, maybe that will increase the convergence speed because there are a set of the agents that are trying to work on those specific group of very important hyperparameters together without waiting until the entire results are collected from the entire tree. So that can happen.
Okay. Thank you, Ahmad.
Yeah, sure.
Quite a lot.
Thank you so much.
And maybe we can switch to the second presentation. So in person we have Deborah. Yeah, Deborah. And she will present the second paper, which is entitled Explaining Semantic Reasoning Using Argumentation. This is a joint work between Brazil, Italy, and Portugal.
Yes.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am Deborah. I will show you our work explaining semantic reasoning using argumentation. This is a work together with some people from Brazil, Italy, and Portugal. So I think I will start talking about some concepts related to our work to be understandable. Then I will talk about the scenario where we are applying this research. Then a little bit about querying ontologies, translating these the semantic rules into argumentation schemes, and finally about some related work and conclusions of that work. Oops, sorry. So starting with the context, explainable artificial intelligence has become a central topic in the research, mainly when we are talking about decision support systems, supports to decision making. So I can say that human-agent interaction is an intersection between artificial intelligence, social science, and human-computer interaction. And explainable artificial intelligence is a problem inside the human-agent interaction. We are using in our work the Giacomo framework. It is composed by Moise in the organizational dimension, where we can make the organization of our agents. In the agent dimension, we have JSON, where we develop the reasoning of our agents. And in the environment dimension, we have the Cartago, where we can make the connection with our external environment and make our agents able to act and see things about the external environment. We are using argumentation schemes that are reasoning patterns that our agents can use to reason and to communicate their reasoning to other agents. And these reasoning patterns can be evaluated using critical questions. We are using also our ontologies. These ontologies can bring to our agents knowledge about the concepts of the domain, some relations between these concepts, some semantic rules used to understand the domain and to make decisions in these domains, and bring us access to some ontological reasoning made by some reasoners like Pellet, for example, that is the one we are using in this work. So we are proposing an approach to make our agents able to query semantic reasoners and translate these answers to some computational representation that can be communicated to other agents and that can be translated to natural language to be understandable for users too. Because even though you are an expert in some domain, if you are trying to understand the answer of the semantic reasoning made by some reasoner like Pellet, for example, sometimes it's hard to understand because of the notation. So to make possible to some users that are even not so domain experts, like they are domain experts but not experts in ontologies, for example, it is important to have this translation for natural language to they be able to understand. Related now to our scenario, we are using these translations in a multi-agent system for decision support, for support decision making. that we are applying a bed allocation domain, a hospital bed allocation domain. So in this case, our users are the hospital staff responsible for doing bed allocation. The people who are they can be an operator, an administrative person that do this task, or maybe some nurse or some doctor. So they are our users. They decide what patient will be assigned to what specific bed. That users can communicate with our system using chatbot. So they communicate with natural language to our system. And we have inside our multi-agent system some communication experts. These communication experts are responsible for translating what the user are saying in natural language to some computational representation to be understandable in the communication between agents, and to do the other side of the translation too. They have some templates that we developed to translate argumentation schemes to natural language, so they can communicate to the users what kind of reasoning our system are doing. We have our assistant agent that is responsible for this argumentation reasoning, and it can communicate with another domain-specific agents, searching for information, searching for other things that they need to do during the reasoning, and it can communicate with some with some ontology experts. These ontology experts are responsible for query these ontologies and query semantic reasoners, and get the argumentation schemes that was was the result of the translation, to communicate these argumentation schemes to our assistant and to our other agents. So we can have more than one ontology expert, so we can at the same time consult more than one ontology and reuse this knowledge that are in ontologies that are already developed for other people sometimes. Oops. So here I have an example of the kind of dialogue that can take place in our system. So in this case, our chatbot are saying that one specific bed is not suitable for one specific patient, and the person from the hospital are asking for an explanation about why it's not suitable. Here we have a really long explanation, because this explanation is a translation of the semantic reasoner answer. So we got the semantic reasoner answer and translated to Portuguese. It is understandable, but it's very long. So we can do that, but also we can do with these translations we have, we can translate the semantic rules that are inside the ontologies and use these semantic rules in the agent's own reason. So they can reason themselves about these semantic rules using argumentation schemes. In this case, I don't have here an example about that, but in this case we could answer, for example, only this last part, like saying that the patient have one type of care and the bed is another type of care. Because of that, it's not suitable. And then if the person have some doubts about, okay, why you think the care is minimal care for this patient, it can answer. But here we have, as it is an output of the semantic reasoner, we have all the rules that it used to arrive at this decision. Here the person are asking about another bed and having the answer about another bed too. About querying ontologies, Freitas and colleagues in 2017 published a work where the agents were capable of querying ontologies, and we are extending this work to make our agents able to process the traces of computational step and to translate the answers into an agent-oriented programming representation. To do this kind of translation, we are using argumentation schemes that are understandable to the agents, and to make these queries and in ontologies, we are using OWL API and OpenLatch. OpenLatch is an open source effort to use palette, the reasoner palette inside the Java programs, and I think maybe others, to extract the answers about inferences made based on semantic rules. We are using the OpenLatch. We developed a Cartag artifact in this artifact we have this get explanation operation. Our agents can ask for this get explanation, and when they do that, this Cartag artifact will return a semantic reasoner answer about this inference. For example, we can have some inference like that isn't suitable for this bed to this patient, and our system will get an answer from OpenLatch about the explanation why it is unsuitable. We developed a Java class that is our translator. It converts each axiom in an agent-oriented programming language and translates the inference rules returned in argumentation schemes. It is done automatically, so we can do that in the beginning of when we run the system, we can translate all the rules that are there in the ontology and use these rules in our reasoning, or we can do that in the moment where we get the answers from the semantic reasoner. We developed also an internal action that is unify rule. This action receives as parameters the rule list and the assertion list, so we can provide agents with a set of arguments extracted from the answer using the variables, the things that are in the answer, and we have some natural language templates we developed that allow our agents to translate those arguments to natural language arguments to be understandable to the human users. So our representation in AOPL is like that. We have some instances that are translated to unary predicates. So patient 1 type patient, for example, will be at this shape in our system, and 101A type hospital bed will be with that shape. Relations, we translate to binary predicates. So we have, for example, this is care, patient 2, minimal care. This thing is understandable to our agents. And our semantic rules are translated to the feasible rules. So these defeasible rules represent argumentation schemes in our system. And this is the shape of the rule in the ontology, and it is automatically translated translated to this shape of the rulings in our agents. And these, the feasible rules, we have one template for each one, so we can translate them to natural language. Finally, about some related work and conclusions. In this paper, we proposed an approach to make agents able to build explanations based on answers received from semantic reasoners about their queries, reason about some semantic knowledge, and translate this to natural language too. We found some work in explainability in multi-agent systems. Some of those are in healthcare domain, like ours. And we found 2 works in integration of ontology and multi-agent systems. But as long as I know, as long as we found, we were the first to propose that intelligent agents are able to explain the reasoning executed externally by semantic reasoner, and also the first ones to propose that an internal representation for semantic rules using argumentation schemes. Using this approach with other technologies, we could allow our agents to achieve a natural language dialogue with humans, and all argumentation schemes and all semantic rules we used in this work are available on GitHub repository too. So here there is some references of that I used in this presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. If there is any question, I will be happy to address them.
Okay, we first start with the question in the room. After this, maybe people have a question remotely. Did you have the opportunity to compare your approach with respect to some work that have been done in decision support system, decision aiding? A lot of work have been done providing some methodologies to not only formalize the way people make decisions, but how to guide, which kind of methodology you can use to guide people to take decisions, and they guide them step by step by reformulating the different ways they take decisions. Should be very useful to explain, because this is the kind of thing you try to explain, a decision, no?
Yes, yes. We found, we focused on try to see some work or using argumentation to explainability, or in the bad allocation domain. In bad allocation domain, we found some work, but most of them are trying to make the bad allocation by itself, not really help people to make a decision. And most related to make decisions using argumentation, we found some work using argumentation schemes and using argumentation graphs to try to explain to people why the system are arriving to some decision or to some inference, but most of them are not using natural language. Those that are using something related to natural language are only the person, the user is able to press some buttons, but not talk to system in natural language, make queries in the system, like ask questions in the system as if they are talking to some other people. In our approach, we can do that, but I didn't focus on try to see other decision support systems that act without natural language or without argumentation for now.
I have a second question, maybe. One issue is that the way you formalize argumentation have a huge impact on the way you will make the reasoning, and there is a lot of argumentation framework, not obviously most of them are compliant with the abstract argumentation framework of Dung, but when you go in details, in the concrete, you can use Aspic Plus, you can use a lot of different concrete argumentation framework with finally few implementation of this framework. Maybe I think about Gorgias or you are. Did you use this kind of argumentation engine to perform the reasoning?
Yes, yes. We are using an argumentation framework developed by Panisson. Some years ago, I think he developed it. He starts developing earlier, but I think he is developing most of things now. But the part of the argumentation framework we are using and extending is from 2019, something like that. Panisson is my co-advisor, so we are using his argumentation framework.
So maybe we will see a demonstration in Coma.
Yes.
Okay. Other question, or maybe if there is none, we can switch to the first presentation. Michele is ready, no? Andiamo. So the first paper is entitled Co-Learning, Consensus-Based Learning for Multi-Agent System. It will be presented by Michele Rebello. I don't speak very well Spanish, sorry about this. But it's coming from Valencia.
Perfect. So our work is just very first steps. We are working on that and using for that the learning just some months, and this is the results that we have obtained at the beginning. So the problem is that, well, machine learning is sometimes it's very expensive to train, and they are in a single computer, and there are approaches that divide the training set in a different set of nodes, and then they try to combine the weights that the model have trained using the same model for all the participants, for all the agents, and there are different ways to combine these models. One of them is making the average of the weights, and that's the approach that we've used. But there are many other functions that we can use to make this, to combine all these models. The thing is that, well, in that case, we can divide the train set into equal or different size for each one of the agents. And we have a central node, a central server that makes this average value. With that, we can reduce the computational load that the training process needs. The drawback is that we increase the message exchange weight for the process. And another advantage is that we can keep training data in private. If the nodes can train the model without sharing the private data with the rest of the participants. Our approach is that instead of using this central server, we can, as is just making an average of values, we can use some processes that are well known, and we've used that for other works. That is use what is called consensus process. Consensus process is a process in which, considering that the agents are in a network that constrains how they can communicate each other, that just one node can communicate or share, in that case, the weights with the direct neighbors, how they can achieve the global calculation of some function, that in that case, the average. So it's as a function like this, in which we have this one. We have the value for the next iteration. That depends on the value that the agent has in the current one, and we sum the differences that I have for my values with each value for my direct neighbors. With that approach, at the end, we can learn a global model in which we have a set of weights that are the weights for the different matrices. We can have just a perceptron, or we can have a complicated or a complex deep learning model, and a training set. At the end, we have n identical agents, identical in the sense of all of them share the same model, the same shapes for all the matrices, for all the layers for the deep learning, and each agent has his own trains and train set, and calculates his own weights for the complete and the bias for all the set of matrices. And then using this process, the references in the paper is from Fati, the 2007, we obtain at the end this convergence to the average value, just in the same value that we can obtain if we use a central server. We converge to the average of the initial weights. At the end, what we do is an epoch for training. We achieve with a first set of weights. We combine these weights using the consensus process, and then we retrain, we perform another epochs until we have a stabilized, until the complete model, all the weights for all the nodes converges to unstabilized. We have tried that, we implemented that with a platform, it's a space for agents, in which we can execute individually the different machines, or centralized in the same machine. What that's interesting, if we have completely distributed, and it's interesting even in the case when we have devices with small devices with some strong constraints, for instance, for Internet of Things, in which we have limited capabilities or limited size or limited connectivity. Maybe we can't see other items, other sensors that are out of our range, and then we can't share that globally, the models or the devices. Then the algorithm at the end is just what I've explained by just speaking. We first we have a step for training the model. The second one, each agent individually just extracts the weights and just receive the weights for the neighbors, performs the consensus step, share again the weights that they have calculated in the next iteration to the rest until the consensus process converges, and then we go back to another training steps until all the things finish. At the end, the details are not very relevant, are just a finite state machine in the agent that is responsible for this. So the important thing, because consensus, the theoretical part is well known, and it's we can ensure that when the model converges to the average values. The important thing is how this process is done, because depending on the topology of the network that communicates the agents, we have the same result but with different performance. We need more or less time or more or less steps until we reach the end. So we've tried different topologies, from regular ones until random, what are called random geometric graphs, in which we assume that the nodes the agents are in random positions, and they can connect each other, or with the elements that are inside the radius, or the Delaunay triangulation is the complementary model of a Voronoi polygon distribution, and the Gabriel graph is the minimization of the Delaunay. We keep just one link per node, or the one that guarantees that at least the nodes are connected in one component. To study that, which topology are the best, we have measured how the degree of the nodes distributed, because the number of messages that we can share depends on the degree of the nodes, because we need as many messages as the maximum degree of the nodes. And we can make somehow the process in parallel, as well as we have in different parts of the network, nodes are not connected and they can work in parallel or we can assume that we are working in that way. So the topologies that are quite regular, we can consider that are quite independent of the size of the network. We are, in that case, we are moving from network from 25 until 100 nodes. Okay. And in the case of the regular ones on the top, we can see that the degree is not vary a lot, and also with the variable graph. But in the case of the random geometric graph or the dell'Aquila triangulation, we can see how the shape at the end is a Poisson distribution. What we have there is depends a lot of the size of the network. And another thing that affects to the performance is the path length. If we have very long paths in the network, it takes a lot until we propagate the average value until from one point to the other of the network and goes back. So in our case, we are interested in those topologies that minimize the path length. Actually, I think topologies that do both things, minimizing the path length with a low mean degree, and also we are not there, but we are with the clustering of the transitivity coefficient is somehow related with the small world phenomena in networks. Networks that works in that way usually are better. And we have seen that well, actually, real graph are out of the size because of they are minimizing the network. But the rest of the network have a similar performance at the end when we combine both size and degree. And another interesting factor is what happens with robustness. What happens if a node fails in the network? Can be randomly because random failures, or we can have deliberated attacks. Maybe someone can attack to the. Usually, attacks are for the most connected components, because this is the way with more probability to break apart the network into pieces, and then when we have the network split it into parts, this process doesn't work anymore. And then we can see how well each one of the models behaves under these two cases. So at the end, what we have observed is that the random geometric graphs are the more robust and which most balanced with robustness and performance for the consensus model for federated learning. So that's what we've done at the end. Using these random geometric graphs, we have implemented with the MINST benchmark, just with manuscript figures. We've trained the network, and we observed that with two epochs, so 2 steps of training and 2 steps of consensus, we obtain an accuracy that is over 80%, near 90%, that are the same case, or the same accuracy that we obtain maybe with near 10 epochs in not for the federated learning, but for the centralized one in one computer. So it works as expected, as in the federated learning, but with these advantages that we have a completely distributed environment to do that, and works quite well, taking into account the network topology. So, sorry. So that's the work that we've done, just how to achieve federated learning in a distributed model, and we've seen that these random geometric graphs are the best balance for creating these models. Maybe I've been moving in and out from the camera. Sorry for the people that are virtual.
Any question here or remotely, obviously? I have a question. So basically, amongst the many different multi-agent algorithms which exist to reach a kind of consensus, an agreement, you select consensus-based algorithm. Yeah. Did you think this is the best one? Is it possible to consider auction also?
Yeah,
or
sure.
Bilateral negotiation? Is the other multi-agent algorithm which can be applied to help to support federated learning?
The thing is that in the case of we have used consensus because it's theoretically it's well known of most of all the convergence properties that we can ensure that under the circumstances that we are using, the algorithm converges to the average solution. So that's why we have used a consensus model. And the drawback is that there are some other algorithms that maybe they are not mathematical. And if we use another, if we need more considerations as social choice or like that, then we must change the algorithm, but I guess that we can introduce that. The thing is that at the end, machine learning is a mathematical function at the end. So just we are use another model that is a mathematical model for this problem.
So thank you for your presentation. Can you be more precise about how you divide the training set among agents? Because I guess that how the original dataset is divided might have a really strong impact on the final learning result.
Yeah, in that case, what we've done is just randomly divided the dataset. And in each, with different experiments, we have used different random partition of the data set. But the idea is that if we are using this Internet of Things approach, we have the separated devices, each one maybe, if it's a sensor, each agent is using his own data. So at the end, the division of the data set, the training data set, is the data that each agent have available because they have obtained this data. It's not a global data set that we port into PCs and then distribute it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And well, also another thing, as if we use different data sets with different sizes, then there is an approach that is the average consensus is with weighted average that is can apply exactly in the same way. Yeah.
So the next presentation will be given by Hélène. She's coming from University Lincoln of Lincoln Institute for Agri-Food Technology in UK, University of Lincoln, and she will present a paper which is entitled Multi-Agent Task Allocation Techniques for Harvest Team Formation.
So I will present some work I've done with Professor Elizabeth Sklar on multi-agent task allocation techniques for harvest team formation. So the multi-agent task allocation techniques we're using are genetic algorithms and auction-based approaches. And I will give a kind of brief background on what we mean by harvest team formation. So each day in the kind of evening time, the farm manager will inspect the crops and try and predict what is the yield and the amount of ripe fruits that are available within the field. And they will look at what is the demand of my customer, so what fruits do they want us to pick, and what is the yield of the fields. And so based on those kind of two factors, they'll decide which of the fields to pick. And then they try and assign the workers to the fields. Currently, this is a very manual process of kind of manipulating spreadsheets and can be quite time-consuming. So in the kind of height of the season, they can have 300 up to 400 workers to try and manage, and they have different picking speeds, so some pickers will be really quick at picking strawberries, others will be really slow and good at kind of picking raspberries. And so when they enter the field, then they'll pick the fruit into a punnets, which is in a tray, and that tray is then checked in, so a barcode is scanned on that tray, so then the picker can be paid by the amount of ripe fruit they pick. And so farms are trying to organise their labour in order to minimise the labour costs and to maximise the yield, so they tend to pick all the ripe fruit in the field. If you're leaving ripe fruit, then they tend to go off very quickly, so by the time you come back to your field, because they're not picked every day, then they've gone off. And so you also want to be able to distribute the work fairly amongst your workers. So if you've got unhappy workers, then they'll leave. Currently, as there's a lot of shortages of workers, then they will have no problem getting work on a different farm. So our aim is we want to be able to match those pickers with the various different picking speeds to our fields with the different yields, so that we can then kind of balance the workload amongst the workers. So in a previous paper, we looked at kind of variations on round robin. We then, in this paper that I'm presenting today, we focused on genetic algorithms and auction-based approaches, so ordered single item and sequential single item auctions. So I'll give a kind of brief background on genetic algorithms for those of you that kind of don't know what they are. So genetic algorithms are based on natural selection, where the kind of fittest individuals of a population survive and breed, and then you kind of adapt your population to the environment. So in terms of kind of the algorithm side, we tend to generate an initial population. Often this is just a random set of solutions. We then calculate fitness of those individuals, so how good they are at solving our problem. We then evolve that population, so adapt it and change it. And we keep iterating around this process of evolving the population and calculating the fitness until we reach some kind of termination criteria. So in our case, we set that the fitness doesn't change for 5 generations, then stop performing the iteration. The kind of when you're so to select which individuals to kind of breed and keep on to your next generation, there's different various selection strategies where you want to retain the most promising individuals or maintain diversity. So your population, in this example, we've got a population of 4 individuals. An individual is called a chromosome, and each kind of item in your chromosome is called a gene. So this example is just a binary bit string when we're using integers in our problem. In order to kind of adapt the population, we can perform single point crossover, where we just select a point and then swap over all the genes that fall above before that point with the genes of a different individual. Create 2 individuals, sometimes you only create 1 and select one of these. And we can perform mutation where we're changing a value of the gene to a different value. In our case, where we're using integer values, we're just selecting a random. So some of the main problems and challenges for genetic algorithms is deciding what representation, how to represent your problem as a chromosome, and defining your fitness function. There's obviously also the problems with kind of deciding what initial population size to use, and what selection, mutation, and crossover to use. Obviously, a lot of the initial population size and the adaptation process has been evaluated by others. So in this paper, we focused on representing our problem and the fitness function. For our problem, a gene is a value in the range 0 to f minus 1, where f is the number of fields, and a chromosome is equal to the number of workers. So each of the genes represents which field the workers are assigned to. So here we've got an example where we've got 5 different workers and 3 different fields. So our chromosome is 5 long, and then the gene is one of 3 values. So in this example in the top, our first worker, so worker 0 is assigned to field 0, and worker 1 is assigned to field 2, worker 3 to field 1. And then we can apply our standard kind of crossover and mutation algorithms that are general to kind of most genetic algorithms. So the aim for our fitness function, we want to be able to minimize staff time and execution time. So staff time is the total time worked by all staff each day, and execution time is the duration of time between when the first picker starts work and when our last picker starts work. We can't just minimize staff time because then we end up with an uneven workload. The quickest picker would be assigned to the field with the most ripe fruit, and the second quickest picker to the field with the second highest amount of ripe fruit, and then kind of all remaining workers will be assigned to the field with the least work. And obviously that doesn't work in the real world because your worker can't pick all the fruit alone within a day. So in order to, first of all, in order to define our fitness function, we need to work out how long it takes to pick a field. And so in all my slides, I've got kind of an English definition on the left and then the more mathsy definition on the right. And so in order to calculate the expected picking time of the field, we just divide the yield of the field, the amount of ripe fruit, by the sum of the picker's picking speed. Or if there's no workers currently assigned to the field, then that is just infinity. And so inside our fitness function, we combined the average expected picking time of the workers, so just the workers' expected picking time divided by the number of workers, which is representing staff time, and then the field's expected picking time divided by the number of fields. And we use this rather than actually using just staff time and execution time, because then your values are kind of the same scale. So rather than staff time would be a really high number and execution time would be a really low number, which then makes the kind of already weighted towards your staff time. So then we combine these two values by just doing the weighted sum. So we've got alpha here. So then our second approach is to use auction-based approaches. So in auction-based approaches, the auction manager will announce the tasks or the items to the agents. The agents then calculate what cost they place on an item, and then the auction manager then decides which bid wins and so which agent should be assigned. In our case, our items are our pickers, and the agents are our fields, and so the fields are saying, I want this worker to come pick the field. So we looked at two approaches, ordered single item and sequential single item. So in ordered single items, we just announce one worker at a time to the fields, and the fields then return the expected picking time if that worker was assigned to them, and then the kind of winner determination side, so the auction manager then just replaces in our fitness function the expected picking time. The winning field is the one that produces the lowest fitness. With sequential single items, all of the unassigned workers are announced to the fields, and then the fields return the worker that produces the lowest expected picking time, which is also equivalent to the field bidding for the worker that has the quickest picking speed for that field. So your fields have different types of fruit in, and so for our experiments, we've worked alongside a commercial fruit farm. So they've been providing us data throughout their 2020 season and their 2021 season. In the experiments, we've mostly focused on the 2021 season, and we're currently running experiments across the current picking season as well. And so our metrics that we present are the staff time, so the sum of the fields, and the execution time, so the maximum expected picking time of the fields. And if your tasks are evenly distributed, you're likely to be minimizing your execution time, because if you're decreasing the expected picking time of one field, you're obviously increasing the expected picking of a field, and so then there's a perfect proxy of fairness, but it gives us a good idea. So we perform a comparison showing the kind of trade-off with our alpha weight of execution time and staff time. And then we compare our GA, OSI, SSI approach to the round-robin approach that we've worked on previously, and we also compare it to the actual teams. So from the data that the farm provides, we extract the actual teams that the farm used, and then we calculate also the expected picking times of those actual teams. This shows our results, and this just shows the execution time and staff time trade-off for our GA approach, OSI and SSI. So alpha equal to 1 is the point at the top left. Then when we looked at comparing the different methods, we just picked a single weight for our alpha, and we've for both execution time and staff time, the GA approach performed better. It does have a slightly longer runtime than the auction-based approaches, but we found that it still provided schedules within an appropriate time frame. So farm managers tend to send us data at the end of the day, and then we actually have pretty much all night to run anything we want. We tend to only send them back data within an hour, so that they can then text their workers to say you need to be at field A the following day. So in summary, we looked at assigning workers to fields, we applied genetic algorithms and auction-based approaches to this work, and we compared these approaches to our previous work and the actual teams. So this picking season, again, we're working with the same commercial fruit farm and hopefully doing more real-world testing and sending them more of the schedules. So I'm happy to take any
Hi, thank you for your presentation. So I understand that the fairness in task distribution, at least in the case of genetic algorithms, comes from this difference in time of the first worker that finishes their assigned task and the last worker that finishes it. But when you use the auction mechanism, how is the fairness ensured? Because I didn't quite get it.
So because we're still using the same fitness function, where you're balancing the staff time and the execution time, as the kind of, because we're using the same fitness function, it's...
Okay, and a follow-up. When you were explaining the auction-based, I instantly assumed that the item that was going to be auctioned was the field, and actually the workers were the ones who were going to, probably decide on which were the way they wanted to work. So have you considered this option as well?
So I did some initial experiments with it the wrong way, the kind of other way around. But because you've got this kind of, it's the one-to-many, many-to-one kind of relationship, where it's a lot easier to, if you've got one worker can only be assigned to one field, or at least the team, and so it's easier often just to do it that way around, we found.
It's not very easy to see how you match the fairness you want embedded in the fitness function. You want to balance average time of staff and the execution time, and it's not easy to see how you match it in the agent modeling. Who are the agents and how you can embody the fairness in the agent, in the interaction, indeed.
So we're just using kind of execution time as the kind of proxy for fairness, because it's, so with staff time, it's not included. And then with execution time, so if you've got 5 fields and you kind of increase the execution time of one, you have to decrease the execution time of the other, and so then overall you're still increasing your it becomes more unevenly distributed because you're increasing the execution time of one and decreasing the other. And so we're just making sure all workers kind of work for the kind of roughly the same amount of time. If all your fields are being picked for the same amount of time, then all your workers are working the same amount of time. Like if you're moving one worker to another field and making it less field, the execution time is going up in one field, and the execution time makes span is.
I think we need to talk at the coffee break. After. Definitely. Is there anyone to present the last paper? I've seen.
They are going to.
Sono in persone. So you know how to manage this kind of thing?
I believe our colleagues should be already in the room.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Who's speaking?
Open the cameras, maybe we can see them.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. You will present the last paper, no?
Yeah, don't worry, my paper is really quickly. You can drink to your coffee.
What is your first name?
My first name is Jaime.
Jaime. Okay.
Yeah.
You will have 15 minutes to present the paper.
Don't worry.
Okay?
It's enough. It's enough.
And we will spend 5 minutes after this for a few questions because people want to have a coffee break and they want to see all the demonstration during the coffee break. Okay?
Yeah, don't worry.
Is it okay for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start.
So I share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So, okay, hello, good afternoon. My name is Jaime Rincon. I'm research from Polytechnic University of Valencia and Valencian Research Institute. My paper is a flexible agent architecture based on SPEC. So, okay, what's the multi-agent system have been used in the last decades. So, I was talking and my other colleagues was working all in multi-agent system, and we know that this right now is one of the most interesting machine learning, artificial intelligence techniques to solve or to make a simulation. It means on ontology, using ontology or reinforcement learning or deep learning, or application with the okay, in many applications we can use the multi-agent system when we need to solve a problem with where the solution is impossible to do using a centralized application. So for this reason, we use the multi-agent system to try to distribute all the information. We are defining a small architecture based on call it SPADE 3, yes, and we use Python to create our platform for multi-agent system. This flexible agent architecture was based on the idea that this agent has a behavior, yes, and in each behavior interacting with the different models, yes, that collective can be decided the correct or the agent behavior. Sometimes each behavior architecture has been confused with a reactive architecture. It means that you have one input and you receive an output. However, it's possible right now with this new technology of multi-agent system, integrate a bit part, a reasoning part, that use this information to get more details for the user of simulation. What is the definition of the architecture? The behavior, a behavior-based architecture in which each or multi-agent system works is essentially defined as a set of behavior which is behavior behind either procedural or logical based on like a VDI model, and all of them share the common internal states and the word representation. SPACE3 is a flexible architecture that offers to the designer, to the developer, a versatility framework to facilitate the development of multi-agent system application, in which you have many reactive behaviors, or you can integrate deliberative behavior, or you can work with the both behavior at the same time. So the SPACE3 is implemented in this. We can see this small diagram. So we have a different behavior 1 to n, any behavior. We have the BDI behavior, BDI. We have the dispatcher, we have the KQML filter, because we need that all the agents can communicate with the same language, with the same model to transfer the message, and the knowledge base. If we can see all this behavior has the access to this knowledge. So this is really, really important. So with the SPACE3, we can work or making deliberative behavior using the VDI or not. To test our implementation, or to test our application, we decide to use three tables. Yeah, these 3 tables were simulated using P-bullet. One of the interesting that has SPACE3 is that it's really, really easier to integrate that 3D visualization. In this case, we use the server P-bullet. We had 3 tables and 2 arms. Yeah, in the middle, the table B, it's a table without R. It means that the R1 needs to move the box, this is a small cube, to the table B, send a message to the R2, and the R2 planify, using the VDI, the deliberative architecture, to take this cube and move to the table C. We use a commercial R. This is a Panda arm. It's a 7-degree freedom arm. So this is a representative diagrams or examples. We have a render, the P-bullet server, or P-bullet can simulate the camera. Each camera is located in the top of the arm, the gripper. Send the message to the space. The agent 2 is controlling this arm. Move the arm, can receive information from the render, from the behavior, send the message through the XMPP server, and receive the message. The agent 1 and the agent 1 do the different movement or whatever. So our application has a different behavior. The first one is a FSM behavior, a finite state machine behavior, in which you have a different state. In each state, we can embed an artificial intelligence techniques like a machine learning, deep learning, or can integrate a perception techniques like artificial vision using, in this case, we use a synthetic camera, RGB, synthetic camera in deep data, I mean that give a deep image, and a synthetic segmentation mask. If we can see the agent can see the cube in the top of the table. So using the perception state in the FSM, the agent can segment and know where are the cube. And then applying inverted kinematics that are embedded in the agent, the agent can move the arm to this position, catch the cube, and move to the table. When received to the table, we have the belief. The belief if for the agent is move the cube to the table A, to the table C, to the table B, excuse me. And then when this movement has done, send a message to the second agent, and the second agent replicate the same movement move your R to the table B, apply the segmentation, recognize the object, cast the object, and move this cube to the table C. The completed code you can see, or not the completed code, or BDI, because we use an agent speak, is like JSON, JSON multi-agent system. We use the ASL file. You can see all the complete code in the paper, because I don't want to explain the code here. So this is our paper. So as a conclusion, the behavior-based architecture of a multi-agent system is sustainable in environment with a dynamical and significant change, where typical requirements include a fast and constant response. It's really, really fast. Doing the different exercises we can integrate a deep learning model to recognize objects. And the paper includes a small case study to show the flexibility of the architecture and how it's easier to integrate, in this case, a P-bullet framework to create a good simulation with a reactive behavior and with deliberative behavior, as the case of BDI. So I promise it was really, really fast. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Jaime. Is there any question remotely? Finally, I will give you the... Okay, Jaime, since you are remotely, I will ask you the hard question, okay?
Okay.
First of all, basically for me, multi-agent system programming is actor programming plus behavior. I've seen behavior. You have shown the finished state machine, which is a quite nice design pattern to implement behavior. Mm-hmm. And which kind of library you use in Python to implement actor programming, to define actor with receive message, send message, able to split, to divide. You know actor programming, Carl Hewitt. You know it, no?
No, no.
Do you use a dedicated library in Python to implement this kind of thing?
We use space words using XMPP server. All the messages need to move or to pass around the XMPP server. Yes. What is the interesting thing? Because you can use chat in your mobile phone that support XMPP, and you can speak with your agent. You can send, for example, you can send orders to your agent, and the agent receive. So how can make it or the spade? Inside we have we make the first author, that this Javier Palanca, he created the spade completely. Totally, it's created. Don't use another library. We use, for example, to communicate. He created the parser to KQML and use asyncio to send a different message, and so on.
Okay, but is there any question here? My last question is that SPAD is built on Python, and I do not like Python because it's very slow.
It's better. It's better compared with Java. Try to
programming, you know, and it's very slow. I prefer Scala because it's work on Java virtual machine.
Yeah, but the problem of Java.
Are you able to manage scalability with SPAD?
Yeah, it's easier to scalability because we are tested with 1,000 agents in a different machine. It means our professor at colleague that he teaching and a practice for intelligent system, and use Spade and create a video games, a serious game in which each student, maybe 33 or 45 students, create that your agent, communicate with the XMPP server, and can play it, capture the flag, and create the teams, and you can create a coordination, you can create a BDI, you can integrate a different
How
teams.
many agents are we able to run on your single machine?
We tested with maybe, I don't know, maybe 200, 300 agents in a server.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Philippe Mathieu has also a question.
Okay.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, just to complete, I have understood that Spade runs under PyPy. You use PyPy to run Spade, isn't it? Okay, so what is the gap between a classical Python interpreter and a PyPy execution when you use Spade? You have a large gap or not?
No, at this moment we don't have any not gap. So Spade is really, really good because you can use use Spade in a Raspberry Pi.
Yes, but to complete the question of Maxime before, if you use PyPy, because you argue about that, it's to run faster.
Yep.
Okay. So what factor do you win using PyPy?
So at this moment,
you told about capture the flag. If you use your experience capture the flag with a classical interpreter, Python 3, for example, and compared to a PyPy execution.
So I don't have the exact information about this. So to be honest, I don't want to invent the answer.
Because it could be, in fact it could be a good answer to the question of Maxime.
Okay.
You know, if you could say, for example, I can go 10 times faster, and so to be able to run as fast as a Java virtual machine, for example, because with PyPy, in some cases, it's the case.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
To be honest, okay.
Okay, so that's a pity we cannot talk about it at the coffee break.
Okay.
But
Don't
anyway, maybe you can connect remotely.
Yeah, don't worry.
Look at the room for maybe, we will see later, okay?
Okay.
And we will talk. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Thank you.
Whatever you are here in L'Aquila or remotely, enjoy your coffee. Un café? Si.
So we are about to begin our session, and I want to welcome you all, and mainly the persons who have submitted their works to this workshop in AI applications for industry. So the first work is entitled Towards the Application of Multi-Agent Task Allocation to Hygiene Tasks in the Food Production Industry, and will be presented by Amy Owen. 20 minutes, okay?
Lovely, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for being here. I know it's one of the later sessions, so I appreciate you still being around. I'd like to talk about my work. So I've been working with Helen, who's sitting at the back, and Professor Elizabeth Sklar. And thank you also to Camden BRI, who have sponsored me. So just to talk a little bit about the focus of our research. So initially, working with the food industry, we wanted to understand what the greatest challenges were that are facing the industry, and specifically hygiene teams. And so with this understanding, we wanted to know whether we could apply multi-agent task allocation mechanisms to balance the workload and perhaps achieve cleaning in a more efficient manner. So to introduce you to the food industry, so having visited a number of facilities, understanding a bit more about the challenges that they face on a day-to-day basis. So things like staff shortages and the need to train up staff. So if you have a team for 3 months and then they leave, you then need to sort of repeat all of your...
Sorry, one moment. Please, can you share the screen?
Yeah.
Can you share?
Yeah, sorry about that. So some of the challenges. So time pressures on the cleaning team. So obviously in a food factory, you're interested in how much you can produce, so how much food you can produce. So cleaning has to sort of fit around production as much as possible. So it puts quite a large pressure on cleaning teams. Accessibility, so often to access some of the areas that need to be cleaned is difficult. So they might be high up, or they might be in enclosed spaces. So sometimes quite complex equipment needs to be stripped down so that you can wash the individual parts. And that process is quite complex in itself. So you might need to schedule in an engineering team who have the skills to do that before you can actually get your hygiene team in to do the cleaning. So the scheduling is quite a complex issue. So swab results. So swabbing is how a food factory can determine if the cleaning has been effective or not. So they will take a swab from a particular surface and will determine if there's anything microbiological or any food waste or anything like that. Cross-contamination, so you obviously don't want any of the cleaning chemicals getting into the food products, and you don't want to spread allergens around the factory. So it's a big challenge on a day-to-day basis. So I was interested to see what cleaning robots are out there already. So the first two of these, numbers 1 and 2, have been designed specifically for food factories. So the first one can spray equipment spray the outside of equipment and the walls and the ceilings. And the second one is actually designed to go on a conveyor belt and travel through the inside of a piece of equipment. So they can both detect aspects of their surroundings to feed the information into a digital twin and then target specific areas. So if there's a particularly dirty part of the factory, they can target that. So it's a more precise way of cleaning. So numbers 3 and 4, both floor scrubber dryers, autonomous. Number 3 has the ability to fill up its own cleaning tank, chemical tank, and water tank. It knows when it needs recharging, so it drives itself to its charging point. So it's that extra level of autonomy. Number 4, so obviously with these robots working around people, localization and navigation are really important, and also obviously detecting people. So the company have developed their own localization algorithms. So they haven't used sort of the ones we're used to, so SLAM and off-the-shelf ones. Number 5, this is a robot that can locate specific surfaces such as like a door handle or a lift button, and it actually wipes the surface. So the idea is that sometimes if you have a robot that goes into a factory and sprays all the equipment, you often need to vacate the area. So if you've got a robot that can wipe surfaces down, you could still have a team of people working around it. So all food businesses, so this is in the UK, have to have a HAZUP. So this is a plan that analyses particularly concerning parts or critical points where there might be hygiene risk or issue. So they then need to sort of state how they will control these points. But the cleaning itself is a prerequisite to the HAZUP process. So there is a tendency for it to be less formalised. And it's that factories will conduct their own analysis to determine the frequency of cleaning different parts of the factory. So one factory I went to, they had a once a week complete shutdown to deep clean the factory, so production stopped for a day. And we're interested to know, is this enough and is it effective? And can we use data to inform that the decision process of frequency of cleaning? So we noticed also that high-level cleaning is really difficult for factories because you have to work around the equipment that you've got on the floor. So you might have like a scissor lift that will lift you up, or hoovers with big hoses that can reach the ceiling. But because it's so difficult, it's done less frequently. So we want to know if that could be causing a risk. So we carried out a survey. We had 11 industry experts and we asked them 16 questions. Two of the ones that we were most interested in were what data and what metrics were they gathering. So we had these answers, which were interesting. We also wanted to know if they were using any data to determine their task allocation for cleaning. So just over half said no. So we initially looked at using MARTA for allocating the cleaning tasks. So methods we used, so at the moment we've looked at round robin as a sort of a baseline, sequential single item lowest bid, and sequential single item least contested bid. And we also looked at the effect of giving agents different levels of expertise for cleaning different pieces of equipment. So just a little bit about the simulation. So agents, we've given them a starting position and an expertise value. The task, so initially, this has changed, but initially we used the perimeter squares of a piece of equipment. So this is in a grid world simulation. So we imagine that they would be spraying the outside of the piece of equipment. And this is how we determined our bids. So this work was carried out partly during COVID, so we did struggle to get into food factories at this point. So the simulation generates a random layout each time a new experiment is run, just to trial some of the methods that we were using. So I'm hoping this is going to run. So yeah, this is our simulation in Mesa using Python. So we've got different pieces of equipment. We've allocated the tasks, and then we can observe the agents or the operatives carrying out the tasks. So with this version of the simulation, we've included the entire cleaning schedule for each of the pieces of equipment. So there's one that needs, the agents must spray outside and then take parts to the sink and then take them to a high-risk area. So our results, so we using round robin as a baseline, we found a big improvement with using SSI, and so homogeneous agents gave us the best results and different start locations, which you might expect. So looking into the future, we want to focus on hygiene monitoring. So I was talking about the swabbing that factories do. So we wanted to use the data that they're already collecting to inform a task allocation mechanism, so to create task lists. So there are two main types of swabbing. So there's micro swabbing. So this is usually, it's carried out and then it's sent to the lab, and you might get your results in the next sort of 2 to 6 days. And there's a more instant method for swabbing, which gives you a result in 20 seconds, but it's less specific. We wanted to use this data that we now hopefully have access to. So we're working with 2 factories as use case sites. So they both use dry ingredients, so that really sort of informs us of the types of challenges that they're facing. With sort of dust getting to high levels. And we're hoping to tailor solutions to each of these 2 factories. So working with the real world data, even if it means that we have to generate a synthetic set, it's great to have the real world data. And hoping in the future to develop a dynamic system that can cope with cleaning demands that might sort of pop up unexpected. And ideally,
to implement strategies in a real factory. So yeah, like I say, so hoping to work closely with the use case sites and yeah, analyze the data that they've given us to understand it fully and perhaps also work with a different sort of factory. So in a high-risk factory, so high-risk factories produce foods that generally there's no further processing that happens to them. So if you've got a bread dough, you know that you're then going to cook it. So that the high-risk aspect comes after you've cooked it, because there's the processing that might kill microorganisms has already happened. So yeah, that's the plan for the future, and yeah, thank you for listening.
There is time for a couple of questions. Any questions? Oh. Yes. You refer real time and
yeah, it is really different and difficult. I think so. Like I was saying, the swabbing that gives you an almost instant result. I think that's done via a handset that they use in a system. So it's really accessing that data from their system and getting it to the people who need, doing the calculations and then getting the solutions to people who sort of not in that process, not like losing the information or it being irrelevant because something else has happened. And also, I think, operatives trusting the system, perhaps, or wanting to use it, I think is potentially going to be a challenge. But yeah,
the biggest challenge, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, it will be online because we haven't, the person is not here. It's entitled David, a novel approach to an industrial recommender system. And the presenter is Rui Marques, which is online. It's okay, you can start when you want.
Okay.
20 minutes to present, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi everybody. My name is Rui Marques. I have here a system named David for a novel approach in recommender system for industrial B2B scenarios. And okay, just to give a small intro, a recommender system is a machine that generates recommendations, meaningful recommendations for users based on items they should be interested in. So it finds ways to deliver something meaningful to the user. They've been around for some time now, okay? First papers from 94, 95. Everybody uses them. Since Amazon, Netflix even had a prize some years earlier regarding recommender systems. And they are attractive because they help understand the shopping behavior and they increase loyalty. By that, they improve all cross-selling because people stay on clients stay on the e-commerce and buy more. So it's an attractive field for consumer e-commerces. That's what we are ending here. So they are the five more notorious are collaborative, content-based, the demographic. The collaborative and the content-based is collaborative filtering is user-focused, and the content-based is item-focused. So it's the collaborative filtering can use more historic terms on users. Demographic uses also user information, but in their characteristics, so something like gender or age. Utility and knowledge base uses utility functions, so they use meta information or some kind of information to compare items with each other. So they have been around for quite some time now, but they try to make something like guess up the future. So it's easy for them to fail or simply show that they are not perfect. So the most common types are the collaborative and the content-based, and they have some pleasant features like adaptation. They don't need no prior domain knowledge, and implicit feedback, which we are going to talk about in a few slides. It's possible, which is an important milestone. However, cold start, which is to start without any information, is a lot difficult with recommender systems, because you have to know something about the user to recommend them something. Scalability is also a problem, so something like this should be applicable anywhere, anytime, and that's not usually the case. And sparsity, so dispersion of information is also a main concern. So you can have many data points, however, data points are scattered and not organized or not aggregated, and that can be a problem. Users that don't have defined tastes or unusual tastes, or even overly popular items, or even if you think of Spotify, for instance, songs, can infer a popularity bias. They can appear everywhere, and that's not also something that we wish that could happen. So they all depend. Recommender systems depend a lot on ratings. So ratings are a way of obtaining information. So if a user rates some experience on TripAdvisor or House or Airbnb, you'll be rating that experience on a scale. For instance, in Amazon, you can use 1 through 5. That's a way of rating. However, that's an explicit way of rating. You can define a grade, or even you can say that you don't like that service. Okay, almost like a like-dislike button on a social media platform. Implicit rating is a type of rating that you don't need to be explicit about, like the name says, and it can be supplied by the sets of logs and activity tracking. So it's a silent way of generating rating. So it's attractive that way. So if you had a table that could measure both types of rating, you can see that they all have ups and downs, and they have good things and bad things. So in explicit, where the user clicks and says what he likes, how much he likes it, and even if he don't like it, you have an accuracy, but you have low abundance, because the user had to go to the web page and place the rating there. So user expressiveness is good or bad, and this way the expressivity is higher. Okay. The cognitive effort, however, is also higher as implicit. Implicit is usually low accuracy, but is from high abundance, and does not require user interaction. So I can extract implicit ratings from some user activities, like clicked an item or add it to cart or even order it. So this could be a rating, not a 1 to 5 rating, but almost like a binary rating. Okay, this way I can extract also information. Some author says that they are not good nor bad. Usually the best type of rating is an hybrid one that could form a way of merging these two together. These are the types of rating that we have available. So to apply this to the B2B industry, B2B is a type of business that is specialized on commercial parties. So these are companies that trade each other. And this is a special type of business. When you have a business like Amazon, you have a business to consumer type business. When you have a B2B, you have a e-commerce or a website that is professionalized in commercializing items to other companies. You usually have B2B platforms that integrate and interact with a lot of business partners or other companies. Okay, so usually they represent industrial backbones, like other companies that can produce things. Usually these B2Bs represent themselves on B2B platforms, but they can have their own business platforms. They can disperse raw materials, equipment, finished products, and usually have a high number of transactions, simply because if you think of an industry, the industry should build something that will be all its life dependent on a few raw materials. So that transaction will be repeated for as long as the industry is working, okay? So B2B is a little different from B2C. Okay, so recommender systems in B2B. So in GDP terms, B2C is responsible for a fraction of what B2B is estimated to impact until 2025. So we have there from 3 to 4.9% until 69.2%, almost 70% GDP. Of course, this is an overall business. However, data sets are often very large and can be also very sparse, and item categorization can be also a mess. Could be a lot of data that can be exaggerated in one item that is sellable and not at all another item that is not sellable. So industrial data sets can have their own requirements too, although simpler cases also exist, simple industries that do not require such complexity. Usually the items have complexity structures and user profiles, and similarity measures are not usually applicable to B2B context. So information overload is an easy scenario that can happen to a business, and these types of recommender systems, for several degrees of complexity, have been overlooked until recently. So. To talk about B2B, we have to discuss the business user. So the business user is a common user that behaves differently depending on the channel. So if he is on a B2B, he's representing not himself, but his company. So its interests, its budget, its purposes, short-term and long-term. So its choices are often vague and fuzzy because they reflect the intents of their own intents. They usually don't fit recommendation methods because they are vague. They face bigger uncertainty because they have to trade with partners. So partners that can have delivery times, that can have requirements different, and this could implement uncertainty while in these marketplaces. And every procurement is usually needed in order to take place, to make sure that it does its job, okay? So, while applying all of that we've seen in B2B to jewelry and home decor, which is the aim of this work, we have also features and personalizations and certain add-ons that industry and business to business can provide to is customer, which is the B2B user, the business user. You can even acquire or request an order for original equipment manufacturers, so products for rebranding, or even the degrees of services, for instance, warranties or lot control or specification assurance, okay, to make sure that the piece follows up the requirements that they have planned for. So in the e-commerce that we are going to study on, we have implemented this limitation. So the e-commerce, the business-to-business e-commerce is user-controlled access business to business. So the user must be registered with the company in order to make the order. The product customization is usually a lot higher than is found on consumer counterparts. There are product aggregations that are not also on the consumer counterparts, like product kits. Okay, so big aggregates of products. Just-in-time pricing, because we deal with precious metals, and precious metals are exposed to an open exchange, and prices may vary. Client features, which are developments made for our B2B users to use in their client stores. Number of articles. In B2B, you have 4 to 10 times more articles than we have in their consumer counterparts, and logistics, okay, delivery and quantities. Okay, so in the particularities, we can find the precious metals as the prices that are regulated can change, and we can. Gold prices can change, for instance, if a war is happening. So if in a global market something affects it, then the price of the raw material will change, and that could affect every price of every item with that material. Similarity is also a factor, because the item is gold or golden, but they may be similar. So it's easy to have some kind of product that is rather similar to one another, which price is completely different and could subjugate the choice. And the extreme cold start. So these are businesses that usually are seasonal, they are special event orientated, they are novelty orientated. So product refresh rate is a standard. So you'll find cold start on these types of recommenders, and here we'll find even more cold start as the items will have shorter lifespan. So these are the particularities of the business to business in jewelry and home decor business. So we thought of a potentially good solution. This is a conceptual solution which we are starting to build, and we'll have more information on it on future terms. So the critical improvements are for popularity bias, so that overly popular items do not contaminate results. Use of implicit rating, as we are on B2B and explicit information is shorter. However, we are going to use a little of explicit rating, as you will see in the next slides. And the critical improvement will be on the business user modeling also. So try to understand it, what he needs, what he requires. And with our aim to create a new type of hybrid recommender system. Well, we have a sketch of the main idea. And the main idea is to have two parallel similarity matrices, one which is content-based, which is item similarity matrix, and the other one is collaborative filtering matrix. Okay, one for items, one for users. On the left for items, on the right for users. So On the left, we'll have experts, which are the persons that work in-house in the company where we are implementing the study, and then can correct the system in order for him to propose similarity verified by an expert. So which is similar, what is not, even if it's a clustered similarity, as in it is similar in that aspect, is not similar in that aspect. So this will be a good matrix to have a connection between products that are alike. Okay. On the other hand, we'll have a filter matrix that will have our business users with their implicit ratings, their order history, and even their geographical data, because we have their track record. So we know where they have their stores, and this could help make choices, geographical choices, contextual choices. Okay. Next, we'll have the two recommender systems will work apart. You'll have content-based only, and the items from the content-based merged with the collaborative filtering. So you'll have a race condition. You'll have, in one side, you'll have only items that are similar between each other. On the other side, you'll have clients and history and items they most pertinent like, they should like. So we'll have here a novelty detector, which are a set of heuristics and patterns to detect trends in order to see if the client wants something from his history or something that is novelty. Okay. In the same way, we're going to work with popularity bias into understand if the customers want something more regional and something more local instead of something more popular or that is now more sellable. Okay, so these are the two filters that we'll implement in a race condition. Finally, the best ranked result wins. So if you have something that is more product orientated, a customer that doesn't have a lot of history, or something that is more product based, then the CBF recommendation should rank higher and should give that result. If the history, geographical information is more pertinent, then the ranked result for hybrid recommendation should win. And the B2B user should have his recommended item. Here we have a chance for him to explicitly rate this item if he understands that the item is meaningful or not. For us to understand if the system is working well and has some kind of feedback, and if the feedback is okay or not. Okay. So the objectives is to output a race condition of collaborative filtering with a content-based filtering. So we have to here to settle with finding something new in novelty in content base, or finding something that is related to the user in a collaborative. Okay, this is the main objective for the system. In conclusion, the B2B and the industrial e-commerces are a big driver for growth, and usually they have limited applications of recommender systems. So it's a way for us to innovate and to implement something new. Also, information overload is a big problem in this kind of scenarios, and most of the qualitative aspects like word of mouth is usually the best way, and this can be circumvented. And the recommender system is also viewed as placed in a personalized experience, as ranked as third more relevant aspect in purchasing luxury online. So recommender systems can make a big difference. Okay, so what David should be able to do to improve the shopping experience through personalization, to create a new item, a new product similarity matrix that is realistic to what our users are expecting, and to reduce personnel specialization requirements that now are needed to filter all these results and to contextualize David in its work. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rui. As you couldn't see me, I couldn't show you this. And this.
Sorry.
And finally this one. Okay?
Time expired. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. Well, there is time for a couple of questions. No? Not even the price of a jewelry ring? No? Okay. Rui, I have a question. You referred some approaches to make recommendations, some methods. You referred some problems, namely the cold start, the gray sheep, the super specialization. I don't know if you referred, but there is also. And in your example, you referred that when considering jewelry, you have an extreme cold start. It's your words, okay?
Yes.
You use the collaborative filtering to solve in a certain way the problem of the extremely cold start related with content filtering? Oh, no.
Okay. No, in that particular sense, no. We are trying to solve the part of the extreme cold start in the content-based filtering part of the problem. We are trying, the solution that we are aiming now is to build almost like a master product, understanding that a product A will give life to a product B. So they could be related in terms of evolution. They could almost be the product AB, and in this way mitigates the cold start that will have happening from the product to be disappearing from stock and then reappearing as a new product.
Okay. Have you considered creating user profiles? Here you don't have a particular user, but you have users with different objectives and purposes.
Exactly.
So you can also create a user profile, like a business user profile, not a particular user profile.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Thanks.
Just an opinion, okay?
We can go there also. Of course.
Okay.
Try it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Rui.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
So our next presentation, it's entitled Multiple Domain Security Awareness for Factories of the Future. And it will be carried out by Tiago Dias. Yes? Okay.
Hi, my name is Tiago, and I will be presenting to you today our multi-domain security solution for industries of for factories of the Industry 5.0. Yeah. Throughout time, industry has been progressing a lot, and we can see that in various iterations, starting in one, and most recently coming up till the 5th iteration, Industry 5.0, which extends from previous industries and also puts some more topics into it. So mainly this one focuses more on human-centric approach. So we want to focus more on collaborative robots and collaborative industry assets with the workers of the shop floor. So this industry is actually also proposes much more sustainability, value-driven assets, and also it is much more resilient, or at least proposes something much more resilient. But however, because it extends previous iterations, such as the smart factories from Industry 4.0, there are still some security concerns, such as infrastructure damage. We can't have that if because well, the various assets of the shop floor communicate through network, and as such, if there's a communication problem or even an attack, the machine can get all crazy and destroy the infrastructure itself. So that's not good. And also, because Industry 5.0 focuses more on the people and on the worker itself, it becomes also very much a dangerous environment, since it can hurt the worker on the shop floor. Also, it causes process disruption, these kinds of attacks, and information leaking of sensitive data. As such, to battle these problems, we decided to propose our multi-domain security tool, which consists of aggregating data from 3 different domains, which are human behavior. So in this module, we capture the emotion of the user and analyze it. Here, then the network domain, which analyzes the network itself, tries to find anomalies, and the energy consumption domain, which tries to predict actual values with them, or compare predicted values with actual values to understand if there's an anomalous behavior on the energy consumption. Now, because this is a multi-domain architecture, these 3 kinds of alerts have to be somehow correlated. And as such, in this architecture, we proposed here a Kafka topic where all these 3 domains publish to, so that they can be consumed by Kibana for example, a data analyst to look at the raw data, but also an intelligent correlator, which is capable of taking those alerts and correlating all of the alerts from the different domains. So, beginning with the human behavior analyzer. Okay, so this module, as I said previously, monitors the emotion of the worker. So we have actually 2 components in this module, which are the camera application and the emotion detector. So the emotion detector is the backend which receives the input of an image, pre-processes the image, and focuses only on the worker, to then send it to a model which will classify its emotion according to Paul Ekman's basic model of emotions. So we have happy, angry, neutral, sad, fearful, disgusted, and surprised. Then we have the camera application, which is a standalone UI application that is meant to be ran on multiple devices that communicate with the emotion detector. So it takes frames from of the worker and sends it to the emotion detector, receives the output of the emotion detector, displays it to the user, and it also keeps track of the negative emotions. So if there are a lot of negative emotions being felt by the worker, then perhaps he should make a fatigue test, which will in turn return those values, the result, the final classification of his fatigue back to him, so he knows what to do. Okay, so then we have the network analyzer, which takes 2 different approaches, one more traditional one and one more AI-powered one. So basically, we receive the network traffic, and we have a suricat implemented with a rule set that is specific to the domain where it is placed. So in this case, the manufacturing context. However, Suricat alone is not capable of detecting, for instance, zero-day attacks or new kinds of attacks, for that matter. So we also have this ML engine, which receives data, receives network traffic, and is capable of using anomaly detection models, which are unsupervised models, and misuse-based models, which are supervised models. They combine their prediction, and there's the final output. Now, this output can be used as an alert in the system to correlate everything, and it can be also used to classify that PCAP, to be later used as a data set to retrain, to use the ML creator, which allows the user to pass a data set to retrain these two models, which will allow the models to be much more fine-tuned to the domain where it is placed. Okay, and then we have the energy forecasting analyzer, which monitors power consumption, predicts future energy records, compares, as I said previously, the actual and predicted value, and also raises alerts based on this comparison that is made. It allows a set of sensors to be registered. It's a very configurable module, as I will explain further. And this process now enters two different phases, which are both schedulers. So you can configure, for instance, you want to run a training phase, you can configure it to run like every 3 months or something like that, and the scanning to run every 5 hours or something like that. So the training phase retrieves historical data of the sensors using the input data adapter, which in this use case is connected to the API, which are the real sensors, but it could also receive data from a database or an Excel file. Then processes the data and aggregates it with a timestamp. So you can aggregate it by month, by day, by year, whatever. Then it trains the model and stores this module. The aggregation and the parameters here for the training phase, like the train dataset size and stuff, can be are all configurable to receive different outputs of models. Then we have the scanning phase, which retrieves the recent consumptions, for instance, the last hour, once again from the input data adapter, loads the trained model, predicts the expected consumption, and compares the predicted and the actual value. If the actual value surpasses the predicted value, then an alert is generated and broadcasted through alert broadcasting mechanism, which right now is connected to Kafka, but is also connectable to APIs and databases. Now, all of these alerts, as you've seen, come from these multiple domains. However, we still have to correlate them. And as such, we have this tool, the Intelligent Correlator, which is an adaptation of a different tool that we have proposed previously. So basically what happens here is the multi-domain alerts enter the Kafka topic and then will be analyzed. And when they are analyzed, they basically are correlated according to the rules in the knowledge base. So when this correlation happens, it creates a justification for such correlation, which then can be viewed by an authenticated user that enters the system. The user can also configure this knowledge base to perform different correlations. We decided to use this tool because it is a very modular and generic tool, since it allows the user to create different rules, different conditions of a rule that can be dynamically calculated, which we call it dynamic evidences. So it computes new evidences in real time. So yeah, so in this work we were able to construct this multi-domain architecture and really understood that we benefited from it. Also, we understood that this not only enhances the physical security aspect, but also not only the cyber, but also the physical security aspect, because of how much the workers are collaborating with the machines in Industry 5.0. And lastly, we were able to make this environment even more intelligent, putting this layer of security, which undoubtedly is very, very valuable for an industry. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
You referred the emotion detection.
Yes.
Okay. But you use a camera.
Yes.
Okay. But the user isn't quiet. He's moving. He's in the shop floor.
Sure. Yeah.
Don't you think there is some noise and maybe
could be, but
the emotion can't be?
Could be, but we actually filter only the person that is most relevant in the frame. So the camera is actually pointing to the user, or at least it has to be pointed to the user, to the worker, not the user.
Yes, the worker.
Exactly. So yeah, I think I'm not sure if you expected a different answer. The scenario we are seeing is someone that is around a range of place, and we have a camera pointing towards that person, which only analyzes that person in that area. So yeah.
Which algorithm?
Efficient net. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And finally, last but not least, using an explainable machine learning approach to minimize opportunistic maintenance intervention, which will be presented by Afonso Lourenço.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Afonso, and I'm here in behalf of JCAD to present our work in using an explainable machine learning approach to minimize opportunistic maintenance interventions. And I want to start by telling you about our motivation. So, as we know, engineering structures are becoming increasingly complex, and with that, companies are doing more and more proactive maintenance. And this means more routine interventions and also more production stoppages. And the first idea I want you to retain is the concept of opportunistic maintenance policy. Why? Because by performing the replacement of non-failed components when opportunities arise, for example, a change in a production batch or a failure of other component, operators expect to decrease production stoppages and also to take advantage of the economies of scale with a single setup cost. However, this, despite being apparently effective, this is also challenging, because finding and determining if the maintenance action is actually being overdone or underdone, there is no way to do it. And in fact, blindly applying could be costly as well, because the system might still be in good operation conditions. So what we do is we propose a condition-based maintenance decision where we integrate monitoring information to help finding this balance of the underdone and overdone to tune the opportunistic maintenance policy. And to do that, we also think that to do it effectively, it's not only sufficient to detect the system faults, but it's also important to isolate them and to identify the probable root cause behind it. So what we do is we rely on explainable artificial intelligence approach that is built on top of an unsupervised anomaly detection algorithm, of course, to deal with the lack of data regarding both healthy and degraded subsystems. And of course, this within the Industry 4.0 paradigm. That's the only way it is possible due to the wide range of sensors, the increased computational resource, and so on. And our motivation was this use case. It's the use case of extrusion machines that were used by a partner company to produce flexible packaging with blow film technology, as you can see in the picture. And the extrusion process is really simple. It's just plastic granules that are fed from the hopper. They are conveyed and melt to the screw rotation and the bend heaters, and then they expel to the die to get the desired shape. And specifically, we are focused in the degradation of the screen pack,
the filter that removes the contaminants and the gels from the polymer melt, and it's placed right before the die. For the process analysis, what we have was 5 sensors installed, 2 regarding environmental covariates, it's the screw speed and the throughput, and also 3 for the diagnostic covariates, the temperature, the motor current, and the air pressure. Okay, and passing to the methodology, our fault diagnosis strategy has 5 key main steps. And these are not the only steps, but these are the ones that are really crucial for this strategy. It's the feature engineering, the feature selection, fault detection, the isolation, identification. And what I will do in the next slides is to detail each one of these stages. And regarding the algorithms, so for the feature selection, we opted for a maximum relevance, minimum redundancy algorithm, just because it's adequate for real-time deployment, and it was really essential to overcome the weaknesses of the other 2 techniques due to having high correlated variables. For fault detection, we use isolation for its ability to detect cluster anomalies, and for fault isolation identification, we use the Shapley additive explanation just because it's a post-hoc explanation model that satisfies the conditions of missingness, local accuracy, and consistency. And going to the implementation. So I already know the methods, but how were they used? Firstly, the feature engineering. It was important due to the high interdependence of process factors within the extrusion process. So we engineered two covariates that allowed to distinguish the hidden data contexts from the actual degradation of the screen pack. The first one was the motor current variation. That is just the rolling mean of the motor current centered to the observation divided by the motor current. And this allowed to account for the melting instabilities that are really common in the extrusion process. The other one was a specific throughput that gives a better measure of the increased effort of pumping the polymer melt. And then for the feature selection, what we did was we deployed the criteria of minimum redundancy, and as a stop criteria to define the number of features, we just established a rule that the candidate feature could not have a correlation coefficient above 0.7 with the features already selected. In the fault detection, of course, the data had to be pre-processed. We fit the isolation forest with the 2 hyperparameters to obtain the anomaly scores. And here, an important matter is that we also used data from the production and maintenance planning because it was really important due to the non-stationary conditions of the extrusion process. And in that sense, we take into consideration events such as the change in raw materials, the co-extrusion die cleaning, in order to update the iForest detector and really distinguish the abnormal behavior from the normal behavior. For the fault isolation identification, we used SHAP. We fitted to obtain the marginal contributions of each feature to the impact of the anomaly score within each observation. And using then the SHAP scores, what we did, we construct a set of conditions to isolate observations as symptoms of screen pack degradation. Here you have all the conditions that we use. Just to explain you the rationale behind it, for example, the specific throughput, if it was increasing the anomaly score, so indicating abnormal behavior, then we would want that value to be lower than medium. Why? Because this is what the extrusion domain knowledge says it will happen if the screen pack was clogged. And there are also similar conditions to the remaining diagnostic covariates, and then one for the environmental covariate of the motor current variation, just to ensure that if that feature is really important for the abnormal behavior, if it impacts, that it's not important, actually. Just to guarantee that the fault is not due to melting instabilities. That is, in fact, the screen pack degradation that we're talking about. And now, talking about the methods and implementation, we can already look into the results. Here, to keep it concise, I have the results just from 2 consecutive production runs. The dates you can see here, and they were respectively interrupted by a co-extrusion die cleaning and a change in raw materials. And what can we see? In the first one, the anomalies detected are on top, and they seem to be dispersed. which already gives an indication that maybe the screen pack is not clogged. And in fact, by applying the set of conditions with SHAP, we can then isolate them, and we can in fact conclude that they are really dispersed. It's hard to identify a cluster, so we conclude that this screen pack remains in good conditions. And also, to better interpret the results, we can also look at plots that can be constructed with the SHAP scores. For example, this summary bar chart gives as the mean absolute SHAP value for each feature, and this highlights that the motor current variation actually had a substantial impact in the abnormal behavior, thus also corroborating what we saw in the graphic, that it was more to do with melting instabilities and not so the screen pack degradation. Also here, the diagnostic covariates have really low importance, and the environmental covariates is on top, so this is not what we expect to see if the screen pack was clogged. We can also look at dependent scatter plots. It's interesting to see, and it's the expected behavior that motor current variation, the higher values are associated with higher anomaly scores, and also the specific throughput has the opposite pattern, and we can see also that it has a less pronounced relationship compared to the motor current variation. For the second run, we use the same approach, and right from the back, we already can see that data is not so dispersed. Actually, there seems to be some kind of clusters, but again, we need to distinguish if we are seeing hidden data context or if we are seeing screen pack degradation. And by applying the set of conditions, we then isolate the anomalies, and we can identify two clusters, the first one being really strong, and this is indication of a potential degradation in the screen pack. Just to conclude and to recap, what did we do? We did a fault diagnosis procedure. We had to go across all these 5 main stages. The limitations of this work, I would say it's just the absence of label data that it couldn't make it available to formally evaluate the model, and also despite the methodology being built in order for real-time deployment to be adequate, it's still really challenging to be real-time deployed just because of the definition of an automatic alarm. For example, defining a threshold for a number of anomalies within a time frame or so on, just because the processing conditions really change a lot, and this automatic alarm would also have to change accordingly to the processing conditions. Nevertheless, the experimental results show the methodology was successful in distinguishing the process interaction, dealing with the correlation of barrels, and modeling the causal relationships. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Just wait a minute, please.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. Just one question regarding the methods that you use to isolate the anomalies. As you told, you use isolation forest, but you mentioned also that probably clustering could isolate the anomalies. Did you try using clustering, or what is your opinion regarding that? Do you think isolation would be perform better than clustering in this particular case?
Yes, this was actually a work that was made after another work, and in those we actually compared some algorithms. We compared the dbScan, the isolation forest. We also used a low pass filter, and the isolation forest was what had the best results. Is also the one that was more robust to not need the definition of hyperparameters, which was really needed in this application. And essentially, the advantage that I said was that it was really good at detecting cluster anomalies. So the isolation forest is really good at dealing with mass-based anomalies And this is also essential because we are trying to identify the really points where several points together in a short time frame will indicate the shift in the degradation of the screen pack.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Another one.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I think you said it, I'm just not sure I got it really. So there was no labeled data available from the machine?
No, there wasn't. What we had to confirm these results, we could inspect the state of the filter when the production stopped, but that's the only thing we had. So during the time frame, we couldn't say if it was degraded or not. We could just inspect when the production stopped.
Okay, if I may ask another, is there a chance to sort of to have access historic data of previous failures of the machine, or are they so eager in exchanging that there are no failures?
In this case, we can't, it's failures, but we can't see it exactly as failures. We are talking about symptoms of degradation. Why? Because the filter always works. What it does is it increases the risk of damaging the pump. It also increases the pressure. So it really worsens the conditions. The way to define a failure will be to establish a threshold. So that's not a thing we could do in such non-stationary processing conditions. So what we have is we can expect the state of the filter, but we cannot define that unless the machine breaks, but that's a really chaotic situation. We want to be away from that and want to optimize even just the flow of the polymer, not the machine breaking. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
I just would like to thank the audience for your interest in this session, in this workshop. Okay, thank you. And this is over.